Hello. Hello. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, everyone. A warm welcome to everyone present with us here at the Ritz-Carlton Dubai, and a warm welcome, hello to everyone watching us live streaming of the Insight Plum Procurement Masterclass. We have very exciting 2 days learning packed in with a masterclass from our CEO Mayank Chandla, and also keynotes and panel sessions from customers and partners around the world. So let's jump it right away. Our first presentation in a keynote on the future of procurement for our founder and CEO of Insight Plum, Mayank Chandla. So, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mayank Chandla.
Hi, good morning, everyone. How's everyone? Hi, a big hello to everyone watching us online on the live streaming as well. This is Insight Plum's first public appearance, and it's an honor to have you all here for the masterclass. This is just 2 days of a lot of just sharing perspective and having a wide audience, so taking everyone along in a journey from, basics in procurement to all the way how to be a procurement champion. Um, so yeah, let's get started. Um, I'm going to actually start with a story. I want to tell you a story. So once upon a time, not that long time ago, there was a company that during the pandemic became pretty rich, and they started to see a huge growth in their sales. So they started looking for a bigger office. They started hiring a lot of people. I mean, their expenses started increasing. Um, Soon enough, the accounts payable had their phones ringing, they had a surge in invoices, and they decided that they need to buy some procure to pay software. So they started looking in the market, and they felt like they need to follow the bigger companies um, in the industry. And so after a lot of deliberation, they basically an expensive software. Um, so uh, it was what followed after that was basically vicious cycle where they needed to do a lot of expensive hiring. They needed those people to implement the expensive software that they had bought. And as expenses mounted, they cut down on the quality of the hires. They started hiring less experienced people and maybe from less experienced firms. And then this was a downward spiral for them. So as the pressure mounted for delivery and the pressure mounted to on the budget, they basically went live with a very basic system with very basic processes implemented. Eventually, the in-house procurement talent that they had hired, they basically started to do a lot of practical work. Um, and then that became kind of their regular job. So the reason I shared this story with you is really to kind of uh, express the view that, this is very common in our industry, that this is a typical cycle, and this is not story of one company. This is the story of our entire B2B e-commerce, which today is 12 trillion and is going to be 25 trillion in 2028. So this is something where we all have a very big opportunity. And guess what? Why I shared this company with you is because 65% of this B2B commerce is actually made up of the small and the medium enterprise. So it is the small and the medium enterprise that actually make up 2/3 of this entire e-commerce. So, and these are companies that are fairly unaddressed in the market from a consulting point of view, from getting the right talent, from a software point of view. So this is a very, very common issue that we see in the industry. Also, 75% of the buyers are actually millennials who are buying on the B2B e-commerce. And guess where they go to search? They go to Google. And when they go to Google, they don't go beyond one page or two page of search. It is overwhelming for them to see the amount of options that are there to buy some software. So they look at the Gartners, they look at the analyst reports, and they, again and again, they try and make the choice that whatever is the best software, let's just go for that, even if it's expensive. Or sometimes they make other choices based on who gets to them first. Then if you look at these conventional B2B platforms, they're also getting obsolete. And they are also, as I said, expensive. There is a lot of need for the innovation that is out there to be actually accessible. But that is not easily accessible at the moment. There is also a need for newer technologies to be integrated on this B2B e-commerce that is so vast. But again, this is all the opportunity that we are talking about. So why was Insight Plum actually born? Insight Plum was born exactly for these reasons, that to address all the gaps that are there in the industry. And for me, this is not a sales pitch about Insight Plum. This is really sharing the perspective that I really would like you to gather from this workshop, that how are we trying to, as a company, address the issues in the procurement industry, the gaps in the procurement industry. So the way we look at things, innovate using emerging technology. This is something that the organizations are seeking today. They're all seeking accelerated digital transformation. And they're seeking partners beyond the known partners that everybody knows in the world. So they want to look at what innovation is available out there and can I access it? If you look at it from the other side, the product companies who are actually creating these products are creating innovation on emerging tech. They are busy creating the products. They don't have the network of sales, of distribution across the globe. So they are also not visible to the world. And especially in this part of the world here in Dubai, they're not always visible because a lot of those companies are in the US, are in the North, in Europe in general. So this is kind of the reality that we see. The other thing is, of course, procurement is headed towards getting the talent more aligned to the business needs. And these business needs are really dynamic. So procurement's looking for improved agility. Procurement is looking for skilled talent. And this skilled talent, one has to think about who is creating net new talent in the market. Who is creating net new talent in our industry? So we'll have more to talk about that topic because that's kind of the highlight for us. Also, the other important thing, as you must be hearing in your own day-to-day jobs, is the focus on sustainability. All corporates are trying to establish goals on sustainability and are trying to establish how they measure sustainability, how they measure their performance, and see how they're meeting these goals. The other thing that's not very obvious at the moment for everyone, but it is about also redesigning the supply chain with sustainable source of supply. So that's another area where organizations will, if not today, in the coming years, have a great focus. Now, if we talk about supply chain risk, we all know what happened when COVID hit us. We all know what happened when, the container in the Suez Canal got stuck for a few days. So these are kind of things that happen. So how are companies ready for supply chain risk? So this has been an increased focus thanks to the pandemic. So this is kind of where, again, the industry is headed. Now, we look at this in a very holistic way that you need to look at the three pillars in procurement: technology, services, and talent. On its own, alone, nothing is going to solve your issues, and nothing is going to help you transform your procurement. So that's why I kind of shared that little story with you at the beginning, because if you just try to think that if you implement a piece of software and that would help you to improve your process, or that would help you to become a better organization, you're wrong. It needs to be done in a more holistic way. It needs to first be done with an assessment of what really are your needs, what really is your org like, what really is your data structures like. So these are some of the things that are pretty fundamental, without which you can't really start to just implement a piece of software and expect magic to happen. And as the software gets more advanced, it's in fact going to be counterproductive, because it's not going to be ready for the state that your organization is. So there's a lot that goes on behind it. So try to look at this in a very holistic way. So what we are doing as a company, new in the industry, trying to address these gaps, is basically look in a very holistic way across consulting, across assessing the skills, the talent, and then kind of helping set the right journey path for the companies to transform. And once again, the companies that need this most are actually the companies that are growing and are actually a bit immature at the moment in their procurement capability, but with time actually will get mature. So these are the SME companies that we're talking about, which actually make up the 2/3 of the whole e-commerce. So again, very, very important. So keeping this in mind, also to share that this is the new age of procurement. So we have started to partner with the emerging tech players, and you will hear their perspective firsthand. So as we go through the class over the 2 days, we're not just going to go through the basics of procurement and the process and through what's the technology today or how you transform, but we're actually going to also give our partners a chance to share their perspective firsthand. So you will hear from them directly about how their software, which is an emerging tech software, is in the top 100 in the world, is actually making a difference, and is something that we should be aware of. So our job as Insight Plum is also to really grow the awareness of the emerging tech and make it available across the globe. So these are companies you will hear a lot more about in the coming days. Now, I will actually pass over to my colleague, and then we will be talking through the day and continuing the session. So I hand it over back to Anna for the next announcement.
Now I would like to invite Adi, who is our co-founder and Chief Talent Officer, to deliver keynote on talent skill gap.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. This is really exciting, right? I'm really humbled to be here. I tried my level best to meet most of you here online. I think I tried connecting with you guys over the phone. If I've not got a chance yet to meet a few of you, I will try and meet you guys during the break, right? So, skill, right? So, what is in for us when it comes to skill, right? So we continue to acquire skill from all possible sources in our life and career, right? So we start our career and we aspire to become procurement champions. From where do we get these skills? At what stage of our career we are acquiring what skills? Quite very important, right? When it comes to procurement, what do we think are the right skills for a procurement champion, right? Let's say contracting, negotiation, very important for a sourcing manager. Decision making, procurement is known for it. What else, right? Quite a lot of them. But the question today is, does this make a procurement champion, a truly a champion in the procurement industry, right? Maybe, may not be. Okay. I will give you the industry perspective, right? The numbers are very interesting. At the same time, it is very, very alarming. Let's look at it. 70% of the hiring managers in the procurement industry says that they have trouble in finding the qualified candidates for the roles. Very big number. 65, close to 65% of the managers feel that their team do not have the right skills. If they can cope up with the skills, they are ready for the future business. Again, a big number. Look at this, right? So 84% of the employees says that they have not mastered the skills what they're supposed to be having. This is a big, big statement. 46% of the millennials, right? Mayank was talking about the millennials. This industry today, tomorrow, is going to be for millennials. They say that the skills what they have today is going to be very irrelevant very soon. From where they're going to get these skills? Who's going to train them? Who's going to upskill the skills what they really need to be empowered to manage the upcoming business? 34% of the procurement professionals don't even know how to recognize the skills gaps what they have. Who is helping them? Who can really let them know that this is what the gap, this is what you got to be doing, this is what can bring you up, right? So we continue to speak few CPOs, right? Close to 80% of the CPOs, net, it is like almost, feel that the facts are correct and they feel their procurement teams are not empowered and they really have a long way to go. This is the alarming thing, right? So now the point is, then what do we have in the procurement industry today? Whom do we have? Where is the fact of resources split, right? So more than 40% of the people does the basic job, right? Agree? Then we have the operational procurement, a level up who understands the process little more in detail. If you look at, right, there's only 1% of the talent in the market who's able to see what it takes to be a truly procurement champion, right? It is only 1%. The rest of the staff in the overall procurement industry either have a low visibility or absolutely have zero visibility towards what it takes for one to become a procurement champion. No visibility at all. What is that industry needs then? If not the skills what we spoke earlier, of course they are needed. What else is needed? What is that industry is really looking forward for is this, right? So today industry, the corporates, the SIs, the service providers, the organizations, they all say only one thing. We need the net new talent. Mayank spoke about it earlier too, right? The demand for the net new talent with these skill sets is extremely important, and this is the need of the hour. Right from the starting from the soft skills all the way to the technology landscape, it is quite very important for a procurement professional to understand what is in the industry which he belongs to, right? So the days have gone where we stick to a system and just do a PR to PO. We have a sourcing project we executed. That's not the end of the world, right? So today industry needs something else. Industry needs the holistic perspective from a procurement professional, and that's the need of the hour, right? Now again, the same question like the skill, right? So who is actually addressing the skill gap? Who is actually empowering this procurement staff to take up the task which they're really supposed to be doing it? Insight Plum, right? So we figured out, I think there is a need for us to be here. There is a huge gap. There is an opportunity for us to do something, right? So what we are trying to do with Insight Plum is to create the net new talent by having the very holistic approach learning journey, right? So today and tomorrow you're going to witness this from Mayank and myself. We are going to take you through on how the holistic journey of a procurement professional is supposed to be in this industry. We will start from the basics. You will hear all the way till the technology landscape, what happens with the different technologies, process, different partners, how this is being looked at, the very, very holistic perspective of the overall procurement journey, right? I mean, millennials, right? I keep interacting with the millennials quite often. Whenever I meet them, I just ask them only one question. How are you? Do you think, are you empowered? Do you really think that you have the skill you're supposed to be having? Are you ready for your next job? Answers are not so convincing, right? So these millennials have the fire in the belly. They really want to do something. They really want to empower themselves in the industry. And we keep saying that you are the future, right? But the matter of the fact is that we are the leaders today, right? So as an industry, as an individuals, as a leaders, we have to be empowering this stuff. And how are we going to do it, right? So this is what we are just trying to address with Insight Plum, is that we really, really want to have a team, the procurement professionals, travel a journey with us across the whole spectrum of the things what we are offering for them and the procurement teams. What we have, as I mentioned, it is quite very important for any individual or a procurement team to have the skill assessment. We got to be knowing what we know and what we don't know and how do we get it, right? With Insight Plum, we have a journey. We start with the skill assessment, we go all the way till the global placements. I mean, we as a company and as an individual leaders, we have been nurturing the global talent, right? I take immense pride and pleasure in saying that we have more than 2,000 procurement professionals across the world who have been nurtured. They are ready to go into the industry and rock, right? So this is what exactly Insight Plum is giving to the industry, right? So we are purely purpose driven, right? So our intentions are very pure. We have a purpose to drive into the industry, and we really want to create the net new talent in a very holistic way, right? So with that said, thank you so much for listening to me. I will catch up most of you during the break time. Those who are on live, thank you so much for joining us, and talk to you guys soon. Over to Mayank. Mayank, stage is yours.
Hi, welcome back. I should say to myself. All right. So, yeah, Adi gave you a quick overview of how the 2 days of journey will be like, but also what is our approach for everyone is basically to assess their skills and then curate their own personal learning journey. Because, you know, um, I'm taking his topic, but he already, explained. But it's true that everybody has their own journey, right? If I share with you my own journey, the learning has been mostly on the job. I never said no to any work on the job. I traveled the world and I learned from every industry, from listening to everybody's presentation and their perspective, and being on both sides, buying side, selling side, right? So, and different times you acquire different skills. So everyone is in a very different stage of life, but I think one thing you need to remember is that while we do our jobs, what we need to focus on is continuous learning. So that is very, very important. And the way to have continuous learning is also to have continuous skill assessment. So this is something Insight Plum always has for free for everyone and will always be. It's complementary because I think it's fundamental. And it's not just for individuals. We are mission driven, so same for business. For every business, they can do a complementary skill assessment because we believe that both business, where they are, how mature they are, that needs to be understood first before offering any kind of services to them. The first thing is to really assess what your problem is or what's your current state. So that kind of is something fundamental. So now let's go through, let's start with the the class itself, right? So I know a lot of you are from procurement, but keep in mind that a lot of people attending this session and also who are streaming online, this may be their very first introduction to procurement. So that's why we have to go in a certain order so that everybody actually, we're able to take people along. But as we take people along, we will be able to increase the complexity. So also your level of learning will be different compared to others, because maybe something you already can relate to better, but for others this is first time. So keep in mind, and also, as you know, people will keep walking in, so they will pick up from where they're hearing us. So I think very important to just talk about or give everybody an overview of procurement. For those online, you can't probably raise your hand for me to see, but for people in the room, how many of you would say that you already belong to the procurement industry? Okay, so that's a lot of the room, right? And for others who did not raise their hand, can you please raise your hand now so that I can see you? Okay, so firstly, a big thank you to you to join, because this is great, because you're going to pick up a new skill, or at least you will learn about a new industry and then make a career in that. When I was 20 something, somebody introduced procurement to me first time. Before that, I didn't know what procurement was. And I really thought in some back office, people are creating POs, because I was in a marketing department. That's the only time I saw somebody from procurement. So I was quite unaware of what procurement was. But then once somebody introduced me to it, and then literally I understood procurement, understood best-in-class procurement over time, and then started to understand the software in procurement, got to implement those softwares, run processes on those software, and then over time, kind of had a journey as a consultant. And in between, I took buyer roles in my career, but a lot of my career has been on the consulting side, and that gave me an opportunity to actually learn from a lot of companies and industries. So what we have on screen at the moment is very, very basic understanding of what a procurement process is like. So a procurement process has basically all these elements. So let me explain to people who are new to this. So if you look at procurement, fundamentally, it's one of the oldest professions, since it's kind of existed since mankind, because the buying and selling has existed since mankind existed, right? So in a way, it's a very ancient profession. And those skills always people had: how to buy, how to purchase in bulk. So these skills are not new. It's just that over time, obviously, you evolve, you learn processes, you learn new ways of doing business. So that is what changes. But at a very basic level, if I break this down, there are 6 broad areas. So the very first is your supplier. So I'll try to explain to you in a kind of an example, or bring it to life in like in not exactly like a story, but just to give you an example, right? So let's say, let's take any company. Let's take, for example, IBM, right? So now if IBM wants to work with certain suppliers, where do they go, right? They would probably already have a lot of suppliers, preferred suppliers with them, right? But if you look at from the supplier point of view, suppliers want to do business with IBM. Do they just pick up the phone and call someone at IBM? Who would they call, right? So normally in companies, there is an established process of how suppliers should contact the buyer. If you're a small company, pretty much, you can pick up the phone, ask for the owner, ask for the whoever is the decision maker, ask for the procurement person if they have one, or that's how you go about it, or you write an email or something. But as you are a bigger company, you cannot handle that suppliers just contact you. So how does this work? So basically, the very first block that you see is the first step of the supplier life cycle, which is supplier solicitation, or the supplier trying to do business with you. So how does he do that? Normally, most companies have, if you would have noticed, a supplier section on their website. And it tells you exactly how they want to work with suppliers. So the advanced companies would also have a clear criteria. So they would say, you know, here is a registration form, or here is a minimum criteria. Do you meet this criteria? Or if it's a registration form, it will include those questions which help them actually qualify, and also let the prospect supplier know that what they need to do, what are the prerequisites to actually do business with the company. So that's how they kind of delegate the process. There are other companies who don't have a registration portal, but probably they have a mailbox where you email, and then they pick it up from the mailbox, and you know, at their own pace, or they have certain shared services running this kind of a mailbox, but that's how they pick it up. So now what happens after this? So let's say you go through registration process. Normally, we all are using some technology for this. So I will share along the technology that is used. And at the moment, whatever I share with you is very basic, right? As we go through the class over 2 days, and especially tomorrow, is when we will cover the digital transformation and the new technologies, emerging tech in all these processes. But so let me start with very basic here today. So suppliers would register on a portal. And this portal is normally supported by a company. So they have bought a piece of software which is basically has a module or functionality to basically support a process like this. So what happens here is you go through a form. This form can be pretty standard. Sometimes it's very common. Like for example, those in the UAE, you know that typically what companies require in the UAE, you are all buyers, right? What do you normally ask? I think you ask for 3 years of audited statements, and you ask for certain things. But in every country, there are certain rules. Like in, I think, UAE, you have the service license or the trade license. Similarly, if you go to another country, maybe they have their own VAT certificate, they have their own tax certificate, they have their own license certificates or insurances. So these are kind of the prerequisites that get asked. Now, let's say the supplier goes and fills this form out. After the supplier fills this form, somebody receives this form at the buyer side. And this typically is a role of supplier manager. Do we have anybody in this room who plays that role in your company as a supplier manager? Yeah? So I know we're live on live streaming, but do you actually receive through the process I'm describing? Do you have this kind of a process? Just email. Okay, what about you there? Email? Okay. So yeah, so email is again the easiest way you reach to suppliers, but again, once you scale up, they go for something like a registration process where the form already defines the criteria, right? So the drawback you would find with the email is that it's absolutely free text, right? You write something, they write something back. Maybe what you write, based on that, they need to still ask you a certain question. So you can avoid all this by simply having a simple registration form that says, to do business with us, fill this form, and this is what you need to provide. So now, once this is provided, now again, just increasing the complexity a bit, but these registration forms are normally also forms where you can validate information. For example, a postcode or a zip code, right? Or let's say a tax number or a certificate, right? So sometimes it's not that you can just enter anything. These forms or this software is connected to some databases where you can validate some basic fields. So that's the other advantage of using some of these forms. So now when the supplier manager typically receives this kind of a form, they actually would review the information, and normally what they would do is try to qualify this supplier and see, okay, this supplier has filled the form. Is this supplier someone that I would be interested to do business with? Do they have the skills? Do they have the profile? Or do they not meet the profile? So now let's say they don't meet the profile. I'm sure they will have a process to give them feedback or keep them for future engagements. But if they do meet the criteria, then they try and understand a bit more about them. So then comes something called as qualification and approval. So this is where you're qualifying for a particular spend category. So let's say I'm a supplier, all right, but what do I provide? Do I provide a product? Do I provide a certain service? How do I classify what I provide? Is it like a technology service? Is it like a spare part of something? What is it? So it's also then qualifying the supplier for a certain category. Then, all this is exchange of data, right? So how is this information saved? So again, the software take care of how this information is stored and reused, so that, if let's say you do qualify the supplier, you do approve the supplier, how are you able to ingest this information into your systems, into the systems that the buyer has? So again, it's a question of maturity of the company, how they do this, how many have a software for this, or they don't have a software for this, or they have a process for this or not. So that kind of is the next step in this process. Then something very interesting. So maybe 5 years back or 10 years back, I don't know if you noticed, did you have to save people's phone number? And when they updated their phone number, did you have to update the phone number? Right? Do you recall that time? But now I believe most of you, I don't know if you recollect, do you save the numbers, or do the numbers automatically get updated? The contacts get updated, like especially WhatsApp, right? Or if somebody changes the location, all those things, you don't need to kind of update each person individually. Same with supplier. So if you have a portal where you are capturing this information, then these systems also allow you for supplier to self-service. So it's not like I collected data from so-and-so supplier 3 months back, but now their information changed, because in 3 months, a lot can happen, right? Their phone number can change, their office can change, their business can get shut, they can get acquired, their name can change. So self-service takes the industry forward quite a bit, because everything gets updated on their profile and it gets pushed into your system. So that is the next step of the supplier cycle. Then now let's say the supplier is, his data is updated and the supplier is someone that was qualified and approved. So let's not go to the performance part, because that's in the life cycle of supplier, but supplier has just got registered. Doesn't mean that he has been onboarded yet to do business. Now, why typically this supplier gets qualified, we come to the next step, which is sourcing management. So we will talk about what is sourcing management. So what happens here is, now normally, again, it depends on a mature organization or an organization that's still very small, may not have these roles. But as you manage a lot of spend, you start to manage different categories of spend. Like let's say IT, you specialize in IT as a category, you specialize in facilities as a category, you specialize in marketing as a category, or something else, right? So then you also see, what is my spend in that category? What is the strategy for me in that category to save money? Who are my preferred suppliers in that category? Who should I do business with? I mean, is it easier to do business with a supplier that you develop and have a relationship with, or would you prefer that each time you have a new supplier, right? Because the new supplier means it's a whole cycle, right? It's a whole process, so it's not very efficient. So ideally, as a category manager, you're trying to understand your spend in that category firstly, understand that, okay, do I know the suppliers in this category? And do I actually have some sort of a preferred relationship with them or not? So now let's look at it back from that supplier point of view, right? So that supplier who initially had just got qualified, now probably when this category manager is trying to assess or do his strategy, now again, maybe I ask the audience, right, give me a preferred category, and then I'll give the example on that category. Let's take a category as an example. Anyone? Sorry? Let's take stationery, for example. So let's say now a category manager wants to know what should be my strategy for stationery. Should I just let people buy stationery from their local shops or online and then get reimbursed? Or should I really have a preferred supplier for stationery because it's a common need? Everybody in office needs stationery. So that's a great example actually. So very common thing, but if you look at it from a procurement point of view, it's very fundamental, right? Now, I'll give you my own example. Business card, it is such a basic thing. But when you need it, at that point, you're really looking for, where can I buy that business card? So that is where now, if let's say you have a procurement department, somebody would have figured out that this is an office expense category, it's a stationery category, let's look at suppliers, let's have a deal with one of the suppliers, let's agree on a format, and let's ensure that all employees get a business card of the same format, of the same quality, and at the same price, right? So it's not like, one person randomly went somewhere, designed his own card. So even for consistency, right, you need that. So in this example that you gave for stationery, let's say he did his supply market analysis, and then he develops his sourcing strategy. And then let's say the sourcing strategy could be very simple, right? Sourcing strategy is nothing but really how are you going to source or how are you going to buy or procure that thing. So in this case, now let's say that qualified supplier initially was from stationery. So he would probably get an opportunity. He would get, let's say, a request for quote, a request for or he would get, let's say, a proposal, or he may straight get, some sort of a, and we'll come to this later in detail, but let's say something called as an auction event, right? Let's say that you have structured an event, it's called a sourcing event or a reverse auction event. What it really means is that you have said that, okay, I'm looking at all of you vendors, you are qualified because at least you meet the minimum criteria, but now can you participate in a process of bidding the best price? And maybe stationery is a small example, but let's say when you add all the items put together, it still makes up a sizable category, right? So what then this person, let's say, this is called executing the strategy then. Let's say he's rolled out this quote, now he's going to get quotes back from the suppliers, or if it's an auction event, it's literally be a certain time-based event, and you start to get quotes back. And maybe the price is criteria, maybe something else is the criteria. That's what is all in the strategy of the buyer, right? So they decide. And now let's say maybe there are scenarios. Now maybe stationery is taking it too far, but there are scenarios of, okay, if I get so-and-so, or if this is my most important item in this lot, then maybe I will award to a bidder who meets this criteria. Or my award scenario is not just lowest price, it's lowest price plus a certain score I give them for their brand. So it could be that, right? So maybe a supplier will obviously be cheaper, but a supplier B could be more expensive, but still is worth, so you don't even have the same, you don't measure them the same way. So you have ways to also kind of convert their quote or into a certain indexing, and then you say, okay, you know what, one of this is not the same as one of another. So now let's say you've done this, and if let's say you're using a tool, this is your online negotiation. But let's say if you're not using a tool, now let's look at something where you're not using a tool. So let's say if you did not have a tool to get this quote, what would you normally do? Yes? You would visit the market, or you would get the supplier to come and meet you? Yeah? Or call you? So is that an efficient process? It's not an efficient process. So, and it's not just efficient, it's also, I think, it's not the most desirable process, probably both as a buyer and supplier. Because it's one person at a time. And let's start with, something like, let's say we start with a quote of 100 for something. Now, I invite you, you come and meet me. Firstly, it takes time to come, and we meet. And let's say I'm able to somehow in my negotiation ask you that, no, maybe you give me 5% discount, and you agree, right? You agree for 5% discount and you go back. I have to still do the same process with another person, and that person will come and meet me. And now let's say that person does give me 6%. Now, to get the same discount or more from that other person, if I don't have an online process, I will have to call that person for yet another meeting. So it's very, very slow or unproductive. But also practically, that may not happen. You may not even call the person again and again. If you really don't have a process, you would end up just taking one or two quotes in your own interest of time. And also because, why are you buying as a purchasing person? As a purchasing professional, you're mostly buying to meet the needs of the business. So business also doesn't have time to always wait for you to have these offline meetings, right, in procurement. So that's why, again, the online negotiation is an very effective tool. Also, if you know from a point of view of psychology, or just this is normal practice, right? When you see a quote online, or when you are asked to bid, I think normally all the participants are more competitive. So you are likely to get more discounts. This is a fact. So you also appear as a more professional organization. And these are simple things, right? So if you have supplier management process, and you have a way to qualify a supplier, then invite them for a sourcing event. It is something that really makes you look like a more professional organization, a more professional unit. So the supplier thinks that if I have to win business with this company, I will have to do better. So they do go an extra mile to actually win your business. So this is again very basic where this comes in now. So now let's take the story forward. So let's say this supplier now, out of this few suppliers, one supplier actually won the business. So what happened? So now, in the example that you gave for stationery, let's say, what is the next step? Now, let's say stationery had 100 different items, or maybe 200 different items, because stationery has lots of items. Let's say tape, pen, you name it, there are items, right? So, and there's a price for everything. Now, what do you do with that price? Sorry? Catalog it. Excellent. That was a very quick answer. I was expecting that, okay, people will wonder what will happen. Yeah, so cataloging, right? So what basically happens is that now, if imagine I had just got this 100 and somebody gave me a paper and I put the prices down for those 100, or I have it in an email, where will that email go? It would most likely stay with me as a buyer. Or let's say I circulate it to all my employees in the company that, look, I have one business with supplier A, and this is the contract, and these are the prices. It would still remain more or less in the mailbox, in a shared folder, in an office drawer, right? It would not go beyond it. When you come and buy, you are probably not even going to buy from the same supplier, because one, you may not be even aware that my procurement person actually has a deal with some stationery supplier. So it basically is quite a redundant exercise. So again, we come to the next step then, is contract award. So let's say if you had a system where this supplier, you made him quote against 100 line items or 200 line items, like I said, and everything had a price, it straight converts these 100 lines or 200 lines into a contract price. So what happens then is that you have something electronic, and it has a price, and it has a price agreed. So that kind of takes you from, okay, I qualified a supplier, I invited them for an event, they won the bid, and they gave me a price that I agreed to award them business, and so then I want to now contract. So then let's come to the next part, the contract management. And since this is really, like I tell you, I'm really walking you through like first time. So I'm taking you through a common journey. If this is very common for some of you, please don't mind the pace of the class because we have to take everyone along. So let's come to contract. So contract has two aspects, not just the pricing, but also the terms and conditions. So fine, I gave you that price, but I also have other terms and conditions, right? Means, okay, what are those terms and conditions? When will I get paid? What is like my SLA? When you order, how many days do I have to furnish the order? Or it could be something that, what's the quality standard I have to meet? Or it could be anything, right? Or what are the local rules that actually or the country I operate in? So it could be many things. So contract is a legal document. It has the terms and conditions. And so you also have that. Again, now we're talking very, very basic procurement, right? But these terms in today's world still, I mean, there's one other spectrum that you will see later in the class, but at the very basic level, there is a contract. Now, a lot of you raised your hands earlier as buyers, right? Can you tell me how your contracts are today? What kind of contracts are there? In what form are they? You have master service agreements. Are they like a folder in your laptop, or what are they? They are like tools. Can we have a mic somewhere moving around for the audience? So you have basically a folder where you have these master service agreements. So typically your company has a format. They have decided these are the terms and conditions based on which we will deal with suppliers, and so those terms and conditions are something then that get negotiated. So let's take a step forward then. So let's say this stationery supplier won the business. Now you actually issue him this Word document. Now Word document itself is another challenge, but let's take it. I assume none of you are issuing a printout and a physical paper for someone to sign. Is anybody still doing that? No? You are? So you are doing that. In addition to email, or just that is your first? The final one? The final one. Okay. Okay, so let's think through this process, right? Now imagine somebody give you a contract. Can I continue? Sorry, I'm really sorry for. Okay, so let's say somebody gave you this piece of paper. What happens with that piece of paper? If it gets posted, like you said, if you even don't like one word in it or one line in it, are you going to sign it? In email. Okay, so let's not talk about the paper then. Let's talk about the email negotiation. Is email negotiation happening on a Word document? Yeah, or in the email body somewhere, right? If it's one-on-one between two people, it's still a bit easier. That is going back and forth, right? But as you go in bigger organizations, it's not between two people, it's between multiple people. And I know I've worked through like 20 years, so I've seen, the evolution of contract management space. So what happened in the earlier stages were you had a document that you could redline. Do you still redline documents? Anybody still redlines documents? Yeah? Please raise your hands if you honestly do. Okay. So if you don't redline, in your case, what do? You write in the comment. In the document itself, you can write comment. So, okay. All right, so there is some form of collaboration that, okay, so this step is the contract negotiation, where you need to sometimes go back and forth and agree terms and conditions. It's not like you click Apple and you have to download an app and you just have to click accept terms, or when you do a Microsoft. Most of us just accept terms. But these are more business to business, and these are something that both parties review, and they negotiate on terms because it can have implications. And so normally, not everybody is also in a position of authority to actually sign a contract or negotiate on contract. Or maybe someone is negotiating, but ultimately the signing is at some other level, right? Maybe a director in the company, or maybe you refer the documents to a legal, because once you change the standard clauses, then somebody needs to refer it. So this master agreement example that you gave earlier, this means that basically maybe your legal actually developed this set of master agreements, right, or contracts. Okay, so let's move forward then. So contract negotiation is an art or is a process. You go back and forth till you both agree and are happy, and you move forward. Sometimes deals do fall off the cracks because basically you could not get the two parties to agree on the legal terms. But anyway, let's move forward. So what is contract execution? Contract execution is basically getting that contract signed by both parties. So then that contract is in place or is executed, and that means that now you are operating as per that contract. So just one question before I move further. Are you able to read the screen? Yeah, everyone at the back as well? Okay. I'm sure the live audience is okay for them because I can read it. So contract execution. So how are you signing documents? Have you thought about it? How do you sign? Digitally? Okay, so it's a common practice now, right? I think UAE has also made digital documents as an acceptable mode, right? So okay, so luckily everyone's on the same page there that you are signing documents electronically. So the next thing is then, where does that electronic signed contract go? Where do you save your electronic signed contract? In the ERP or the cloud. Okay. Why do you do that? Have you thought about it? Okay, great. So I'll repeat because maybe if all of you didn't hear or the live audience didn't hear. Um, as you said, Vishal, that basically you are storing that document into the ERP, and then basically you are able to, when you're buying those contract, the pricing is consumed, right? That is the reason. So any other example from anyone? How do you save the contract? Yeah? Yeah? Yeah?
It's giving the supplier to the tool to sign the contract and to store the document digitally, and then it gives reminder when the contract is due to maturity, it's about to expire, for both parties to renew the contract.
Okay, very good. Anyone else? How are you doing contracts in your company? Yes, please. Can you, Crystal, pass the mic that side?
Yeah, we have an online portal where only authorized people can access and see all the contracts. So this is the procurement and legal teams. But there is no link between this portal and the supplier, so it's just for internal users.
So this is where you store the contract.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so let's move forward. So I think, Vishal, the example you gave me is what is called contract distribution. So it's getting distributed into the ERP and is getting consumed, when you're buying. Now, this, by the way, what you're seeing here is a pretty much a best practice or an example of a full-fledged process across source to pay. So you see many steps, but in many companies, some of these steps may just not exist, right? Maybe you straight just pick up the phone and buy the product, right? You probably are not going through 10 steps of supplier qualification or 6-step sourcing process or something. So this is just to give you an idea at probably, let's say, a level 3, what is the process look like, you know? So if you look at this one, I would call this like a level 2 or something. That, okay, this is the procurement process across source to pay. And the gray bars are the level 3 process. So you are expanding one level. Now, even those steps, if you go level 4, meaning if you take any block, for example, supplier registration, maybe it itself has 3 steps, 4 steps, right? So then it's the deeper level. So it depends again on the maturity of the company, your size, your strategy, how you actually do this. In some cases, it's simply a case of awareness. Are you even aware that such a process exists? So if you're not aware, you would have probably not done it. Or if your organization doesn't do it, you're not really learning that on the job in that company. Okay, so let's move forward. Contract monitoring and contract compliance. So what is contract monitoring? So contract monitoring is as simple as you are just seeing the performance of that contract. Are you complying to that contract? I signed that these will be the terms and this will be the pricing. Is it actually being consumed like that, or is it not? So that is the monitoring of the contract. So how do you monitor contracts? SLA, okay. How do you measure those SLA? Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, number of discrepancies in invoices, then the procure to pay timeline, what is predefined, and the pricing consistency. So that's what we are measuring. So that will give a scoring of best practice of valuation, vendor evaluation.
Okay.
Within a contract.
Okay. Can I have a show of hands? How many do the process Vishal described? Do you do contract monitoring in your company? Yeah? Some of you do. Okay, very good. Okay. So again, this is fundamental. Those who do it is great. Those who don't do it, have you ever wondered what is the way they would check the contracts, or when would they check the contracts? Yes, so great point. So let's go back to the supplier management. But before we go there, any other answers from anyone? How would you measure a contract? That is it being complied or not? Yeah?
So I'll talk about a courier company that I deal with. So
Yes.
it's based on if I have 100 deliveries in a week, then I need to understand if all these deliveries have been received or not. If it's not received, then what's the percentage? And then and within this percentage, is it a customer issue? Is it a supplier issue? And if it is a customer issue, then we are okay. But if it's a supplier issue, then it's an issue with the supplier.
Okay, very good. Right, so let's come to the supplier management. We stopped here in the cycle. So, sorry. So now we go back to that supplier of ours who originally had registered, qualified, won the business, got the contract, right? Now he also put a catalog as per you, and he's starting to do business with you. Now he's sending his invoices, and maybe sometimes he's delivering goods on time, sometimes he's not delivering goods on time, or sometimes the service is defective, or maybe they do exceptionally well. So anyway, this is how then the life cycle moves forward for the supplier. Now, if it is a supplier with small spend, maybe it's not that significant in performance management. It is just that, fine, I needed business cards from somewhere, I got them. That's the end of it. But if it is an important supplier, And what would make a supplier important? Can you please think about it? Even if you're not from procurement, I think you can answer this. What would make a supplier important? Yes? Sorry?
Monopoly supplier. The only supplier in the town doing
Okay.
a certain service.
So unique supply, if they have a unique supply. Anything else? Services? Okay. What else? Are you missing a big one? The spend. Yeah. Okay. Yes, that was. Yes. Financial capabilities. Okay. Okay. So hopefully you would have done some of that work in the qualification of the supplier as well, but you are also looking at the financial health on a regular basis. So that could be an important way as well. But okay, so you want to work with suppliers who are financially stable, because if they run out of business, your order may be stuck somewhere, or is not delivered, and you in turn are delivering to your customers, right, in some way or form. So it can affect you. So you have to monitor these things. Okay, so great. So you gave some examples. What makes a supplier important? It could be unique. You said, the service, the price, the spend, and the financial health, right? So these are some of the things, right? Now, if the supplier, I'll give you an example. Now, take this company again. Let's take Dell, for example. Now, let's say Dell has more than one telecom supplier. They have AT&T, they have, let's say, Verizon, they have cable and wireless. I'm just giving you an example. Maybe these companies don't exist now. But let's say these are their three suppliers. Why would they want to have three preferred suppliers when each one of them could actually do the job? Consistency? What else? Mitigate the risk. Okay, meet the demand. Sorry. Backup. Mohammed, you should come forward. Okay, competition. Yes, that is true. So if you are a category manager, if you are a supplier manager, normally you would strategically want to have more than one supplier as a backup. Why would you have a backup? I'll tell you also for another reason. Okay, you said competition, right? If you take it the other way, it's monopoly. If I know I'm the only supplier, then I know that, look, he cannot do without me. So I can do a lot on my terms, right? So yeah, so when you are a big company with big spend, you are normally nurturing more than one supplier. And that's why I come back to this category management. Category management is nothing but knowing your category, knowing the spend in your category, knowing this important suppliers in your category. They are important because you've qualified them previously based on spend, based on their ability, their capability, their financial health, their brand, whatever, right? Also, sometimes they are your customers. This point you did not raise. It could be cross-selling, right? I am, let's say for Dell, Dell is giving business to these telecom suppliers, but Dell also knows that these could be our very strategic customers. So it is a bit of give and take, or you have to manage the sales side relationship as well, as not just look at them as suppliers only. So when you get to that level, like let's say Apple is spending 100 million with a company so-and-so, but they also spend with that supplier. So it is at that level you also see that, okay, this is a strategic supplier. Now there is a category above strategic supplier as well. Can anybody name that? And it's not a quiz. I know you've come for training, right? So it's not a quiz. It's just trying to see what's the audience like. I'm still looking for the word. Critical is the right word. And maybe, yes, you can say partner in some ways, but yes, critical. I was looking for this word, critical supplier. So yes, so you can have these 3 or 4 categories. Approved, that is your basic. You approved this supplier here in the step 3, right? Qualified and approved that supplier. That's just like you can have a big base. If you think of a pyramid, at the bottom it'll be wider, right? So you'll have all your approved suppliers. Then the next stage is preferred. You are a more preferred supplier than others. Then you become strategic. And as strategic, you would have a criteria. You would probably have a criteria like, okay, you know, we spend X amount of money with them, or they are a customer of us as well, or it's a critical supply. If they don't do it, there's only one supplier left, or something. It could be some reasons why they are strategic. And then there is a critical. They are absolutely critical. If they do not exist, you have a problem. You have a serious problem either running your company, or you have a serious problem meeting your commitments as a supplier to your customers. So that's a critical supplier. So as you are a mature organization, you will also have a tool where you do performance management. So again, can I have a quick raise of hands who actually do performance management for their suppliers? Yeah? So how do you do it? Anyone? Please. Yeah? Okay.
We have effective evaluation supplier management system. We have different, sorry, thank you. So according to ISO 9001-2015 quality management systems, we have effective evaluation supplier management system. We have different criteria with a scorecard. So we have a score system 1 to 5 based on the criteria and the actual key performance indicators during our operations.
Okay, very good. Anyone else? How you do it? And is this what you said? Was it in a tool? Do you want to say something? Yeah. So when do you agree those things with your supplier? When you're signing the contract at that time itself. Okay. Yeah. At the pre-qualification stage as well. Okay. Okay. So you're already telling them upfront, this is our criteria, and this is going to be our criteria for performance management. Okay, great. So in a minute, we need to switch to the next session because it's a streaming session. But this was really just a high-level overview across supplier management, sourcing, and contract management. But we will continue to dwell on the topic, but we're going to switch now to a live streaming session. You'll hear from an expert out of Switzerland. And where is our speaker to announce it? But I guess it is time. So just give me a minute. Let me just check on the stream. Oh, I apologize. It's 11:15 in the Swiss time, not in this time. So we are 3 hours away. It's okay. We are fine. So my apologies. Okay, so we can, yes? Okay, thank you. So we were discussing supplier performance management. I will share with you an example of a company. Now, in a big company, you have, let's say, and again, it's not a great sign, but let's say you have 15, 20,000 suppliers. Out of these 15, 20,000 suppliers, maybe a lot of these suppliers are just one time because the business requested something, they somehow got created. They didn't go through this kind of a process, because if you go through this kind of a process, you'd probably very much control that each time you add a supplier. And if you already have a supplier in that category, even if a new supplier comes through, you would not add that supplier. And actually, that is the reason to have some of these processes in place. So imagine if you didn't have this supplier performance process or this whole supplier lifecycle process, what would happen? Can you think of it? You'd basically be buying from anyone, and all those your finance department, your accounts payable department would be creating a supplier record for them, a bank record for them to pay them. So it's going to cost you money as well. Also, it's going to be like, other than money, what could you think is the drawback of not having a supplier management process? Yes, tail spend can increase. So people who don't understand tail spend is basically, when you have a what you call as a long tail or a tail, meaning like, okay, you're spending a lot of money, or let's say 80% of your spend with the top 20, 30% suppliers, but tail means that literally as you go down that list, you are spending literally less and less, but it's a long tail. So it is a big problem, not just for processing invoices, for supplier data management, but also from a risk point of view. It also simply from the point of view that you should have had suppliers that you negotiated with, you qualified with, you had a contract with. Why didn't you do business with them? Had you done business with them, you would have saved some money for your company, right? So that is another important reason you would be doing the supplier management process. Also, this is very much the first step that you are doing, because this is where you are interacting with the supplier. So it's talking about what's the life cycle of a supplier. There are also a lot of nuances to this supplier management process. There are a lot of other things that are also to be considered. So let's talk about some of them. So suppliers are also of different kinds. They are diverse. So I don't know, again, in UAE, do you have something for diverse suppliers? Do you qualify diverse suppliers? What are diverse suppliers? For example, this is a woman-owned business. This is a small business enterprise. These are just examples of, okay, you classify a business in a certain category, minority-owned business, something. So there are examples why you would have a business, a classification of a supplier. And you may have some targets that, look, I just don't give business to diverse suppliers. I encourage diversity. I encourage women-owned business. I encourage small businesses, and so on. So I don't know if you've ever looked at it, ever mandated this in your process. Yeah? You look at local businesses. Do you have a target? You do encourage it. The 5%, 5%, keep us in mind. Okay, no, that's good to know. That's good to know. Okay, great. So let's look at the next two blocks in this. But actually on this block, you can spend a whole day. But anyway, we'll move forward. But I think you touched on very important points in supplier performance management. So supplier performance management, I think, is very critical. What do you think should be the kind of dynamics in supplier performance management between you and the supplier? What is it like? Do you have an upper hand? You have an upper hand? Okay. 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 So I would say with your strategic suppliers, with your critical suppliers, I think the relationship is more even. Probably you shouldn't have an upper hand. It is more collaborative. It is more a case of um, nurturing that supplier or nurturing that business relationship, because you are not just trying to push a supplier on costs or some criteria, but you have an agreed set of KPIs, like you said, so you have things which you measure performance on. Now, I worked in an organization really 15, 16 years back, where they had a very advanced process for supplier management. So they had quarterly business reviews. So they had a scorecard, and first they had it in a PowerPoint. Like, okay, there is this cost, there is service level, there is financial health, there is technology in use. There are 4 or 5 big criterias. Then there are questions. There are and then they have points for it. For each section, they have a weightage. Like, okay, I give cost 20% weightage, I give service quality 30% weightage, and so on. And for their preferred, for their strategic suppliers, they did this every quarter in every category across the globe. So let's say if they had 20,000 suppliers, the top 100 suppliers made up half the spend. So these 100 were very important and were worth doing business with. It was more important for them as procurement managers, as people like you in the room, to manage performance with them rather than worry about the tail suppliers, right? You wouldn't worry about the $5 here or there with that, but what mattered to you was first, as a supplier manager, as a category manager, do I have the performance of that supplier measured? Or is the supplier aligned to me? So when they did this process in PowerPoint, they kept a quarterly business review meeting, they send out this deck, and they did something very interesting. So they send out a survey to the supplier and asked questions and asked the supplier to rate themselves. Then they also send out the survey to their business partners and said, okay, how do you like the service of this? Can you rate on this? And maybe, not everybody rates on everything. Some people only rate on finance because they only deal with finance aspect of that supplier. Some people rate on service quality. Some people rate on all the 5 dimensions. But they did that, and they made the supplier also do a self-assessment. Can anybody guess why they did it? Yeah, you raising your hand? Yes, alignment, right? Alignment. I may think really great of myself. So that my self-assessment of myself would be, okay, I rate myself 8 on 10, 9 on 10. But my customer is rating me 7 on 10. Why? So just to get aligned. And what is the purpose of this alignment? So that I can actually improve. And also, it is a way that you can align to the purpose. Okay, why are we spending in that category? What is the reason? And then they also did another thing. They basically also send the same survey and the same scorecard to measure on, obviously to their other preferred suppliers or their other strategic suppliers. So they could also then show that on this category or this aspect of performance, you are actually higher or lower. And or how are you faring as a supplier? So supplier also doesn't become casual over time. Fine, I've already got the business. I'm a qualified supplier, I'm not going to be chucked out. I will keep getting business. So it doesn't happen, right? A good supplier management practice would really ensure that supplier is continuously actually improving performance. And they're doing that with 3 suppliers in that category, so they're always comparing. And they can always say, you know what, in this quarter, in cost, this one did better than you, or this one did better than you in service. Guess what is the end outcome for that business because of all this? Can anyone guess? What is the end outcome for a company that does this rigorous supplier performance management? Yes? Sorry, say that again? Yes, excellent. Yeah, both of that, right? Good customer service, good performance, s- sustainable business, right? It works both ways. You're giving feedback, you're correcting things. Supplier is also happy in a way because you're giving feedback. There's nothing unexpected. So when this was done, uh, you ultimately got the quality up of the supplier, of your category, and you became world class in it in some ways or the other. And you moved the industry forward as well. So then they started to obviously get to that stage. But this is very important. Now, doing this manually quarter on quarter is a rigorous exercise. Sending to people, following up with them, please fill up the survey. Now, did they fill up the survey? Did they not? Did they answer? Did they make an error? Did they not save the file? You know, could be 100 things. So again, there are systems to do this. Systems to also, you know, just send out a survey, there is results come back, they automatically populate against a scorecard. As an executive, you just look at a screen, a dashboard, and you see the colors, red, yellow. The minute you see red on some criteria, so it is not just to give supplier feedback, you're actively monitoring the performance, right? So there's a reason why you're also doing it, but systems allow you to then look at real time if something is going right or wrong. So this was kind of something, and I mean, I'm sharing my experience of doing this like good 16 years back. So the practices exist, and then the technology also existed those many years back. I must say that technology hasn't moved on that much on that criteria. I mean, what has moved on is that you can get a lot of instant information now. You even get, and we will talk more about it in the next 2 days, but you know, there are systems that can alert you anywhere. So we'll talk about those things later, but for now, I think this gives you a good idea of supplier performance management. So let's look at the next thing, supplier risk assessment and supplier risk monitoring. Who does risk assessment? Do any of you do risk assessment? How do you do it? Maybe let's have a mic and let's call out the names. I'll let you wait for a second. I'll get you a mic. Thanks.
Hi. I take two courses in risk assessment provided from my company, and the project management, he sent me to this course because I have a technical background, and I used to make the risk assessment according to the place because we were putting fit out and rise floor, and also we attend the fire marshal. So he want me to avoid any danger point in the electricity connection, the exit in case happening any fire, and this was based on my technical experience.
Okay.
So I don't know if I answered that
No,
question.
no, sure. So you did risk management in that form.
Okay. So that's that one basically because I have a strong background, technical background, and he feel that I am paying attention to any danger point in the place. Could someone injured? So that's why they send me to attend these courses.
Okay.
And
Okay.
That particular project with the rise floor, and I was controlling all the electricity point and the exit in case of fire.
Sure.
The right exit, I mean, to choose the right exit, okay, because it was three options about in emergency case.
Got you.
That's all.
So you want to share an example as well? Yes. Please tell your name to the whole class, each one of you, because over time then you'll know each other.
My name is Marcel Hanani. So basically, first we do the risk assessment. We have to do internal control system, where we do the governance and we apply all the sets of rules and regulations that affect the procurement department. Then we have to size the area in which we have to apply that internal control system. After that, we'll measure the impact and the likelihood. The impact is any risk that can affect the company or the enterprise in any aspect. So, and the likelihood is after we apply the proper risk assessment methodologies and applications, the likelihood is something that is out of control, and we'll put it in the corrective measure or in the pipeline to reassess it in the next evaluations, like if it's monthly, quarterly, depends on the governance or the sets of rules and regulations that are set by the company. And of course, there are a lot of criteria. If we'll talk about it, it will take a lot of time, that we have to follow in order to assess the risk, evaluate it, monitor it, then measure it, do the corrective action, then evaluate it, and do the feedback and so on.
Okay, no, that's great. So that means you had a supplier risk management process in place in your company, right?
Yeah, that's
now,
true.
when COVID hit, how many of you were caught unaware as an organization? When COVID hit, when there was the COVID hit the first time, were any of you caught up or affected by it as a company because of not having thought of these supplier risks? Yes?
I think everybody was caught, but maybe they are shy. First of all, our suppliers get caught. In our legal contracts, there was no wording which was relating to this kind of event, which lead to disruption of supply chains. So initially it was something happening somewhere there far away in China. And when things get started to really be serious in February, March 2020, everybody got awake, but it was late.
Absolutely. Yeah, so this is an example. Anybody wants to share anything on this? Yes? Is that? Yeah.
We got affected.
Victoria, sorry, after you, Mr. also pass the mic that side.
All right, I can do second.
Please go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you. We got caught like for 1 quarter because it was something unusual. So during this, we did integrative and distributive negotiations with the suppliers. If it's a strategic supplier, we had to renegotiate, see their end point of view and ours, and settle somewhere in between. Like many gave, like if it's AMC contracts or any long-term commitments or leases, they settled like to provide some rebates or direct discounts. From other sides, we try to strengthen our cash flows by either convert it into installments or get direct discounts, or to postpone it, like to stop it temporarily, then relaunch it in some other quarter. Secondly, for the other suppliers, we try to categorize them into categories and to do like payment plans in terms of criticality or the peak demand point or needful of that particular items to run the business effectively in this particular period. And after that, after we enhanced the cash flows and the business started to picking up gradually, the cycle got into the system by end of 2020.
Okay.
Yeah, hi. My name is Mayank. There were 2 different ways we got affected in my previous organization. One, we worked with a lot of people who were going around in the field and doing a lot of activities. And when COVID hit, and these were from our services partner. So when COVID hit, we were not able to send these people into the field and get the work done. That's something we realized that we do not have a module to get the same work done remotely. So that's something which is number one. And even today, there is another risk that we are running in is because of a lot of short supply into the the electronic segment, and a lot of equipment that is being bought which has got electronic chips, etc. They are highly in short supply, and the supplies in the back end has been hugely impacted even till today. So that's that. And then when it is concentrated onto the eastern part of the world, the source is concentrated from there. It becomes more and more difficult for us to even diversify and buy it from somewhere else.
Okay. Thanks, Mayank. Yes, so did anybody else want to say anything on risk? Or yes, please, Vishal.
Then we find an opportunity as well. For example, there is one division where we need to manufacture the glass, okay, and that has to be liquid from China. And due to this COVID, okay, there is a short supply. Hello? Yeah, there is a short supply of the raw material as well. So we support vendor to give the forecast of 2 year. We made twice so that we can support them to buy the raw material, we can control the price. In the parallelly, okay, we redefine our AMS and strategic sales planning as well so that we can sustain our business. In the same way, we find that whatever we are doing from China, okay, so immediately we can generate the new line of business in-house in UAE so that we can do everything in-house. So this is an opportunity, what we found it, and we are implementing. In the same way, as the employee side, okay, whenever there is a pay cut to an employee, so we have given an opportunity apart from the salary cut as a rainmaker. Rainmaker means like employee have an opportunity to sell in our portal so that they can earn by referring as a sales point of view, either in any department, either he's from HR or admin or finance. So this is all basically, there is a risk and there is an opportunity. Thank you.
Yes, great. So with risk also there is opportunity, right? So you had to redesign and then have new criteria for both monitoring, and also you had to change things on your business side, right? So, okay, great. So I think let's come to the next part, which is the, I mean, I'll also share with you, you know, when you do this in technology, how do you do this? But we'll cover this in more detail again later tomorrow. But just at a very high level, now imagine if you had systems which could measure the risk of your suppliers, all the suppliers that you actually deal with, then you would have some sort of way to be more proactive in your risk management. Otherwise, it is like the example you gave, you have to check, and you have to be just because based on your capability, you were made responsible to be a risk manager. Yes. And
about the technical
yes,
issues,
yes.
about the supplier credibility, the license, the market,
Yes.
and the reputation in the market is something different.
Okay, great. Right. So I think that covers at a high level, the supplier life cycle of a supplier. Um, Now, where are we on the agenda? We got 20 minutes before we have the scheduled break, but since we do have these 20 minutes now, I would probably like that if we just for the live stream, if we have just like a 30-second pause, or if we can make the live stream, just wait for us for 30 seconds. I just want to just give an opportunity to people in the room. We have some people who volunteer to talk about their companies buying habits. How are you buying in your company? I know you're mostly the buyers, but if you would like to come on stage and talk about how you buy in your company or how you source in your company, we have 20 minutes to talk through that. And you are anyway being heard on the live stream as well. So please nominate yourself, and otherwise you want me to pick someone? Yeah, Mo, please. Please clap for him since he's the first one. And Mo has come from Abu Dhabi, and he has a injured ankle, but he has come all the way from Abu Dhabi. So yeah, definitely round of applause for you. Please come, please take a seat. So 3 more. Yeah, please. And 2 more. Yeah, please come along. Sorry. No, I got 4 now. But I will call you. In the through days, we will have many opportunities because we want to hear your experience, your journey, right? So we got 20 minutes, and I guess you are being streamed. So the audience that is live streaming can also watch you. So why don't you introduce yourself one by one to both the audience here as well as the audience that is watching you live, right? A very quick introduction about yourself. So Victoria, start from that side.
My name is Marcel Khanani. I'm a group procurement and cost control manager for Tactile Food Group. It's a leading group in the hospitality sector. We run around 7 brands of fine dining and upscale venues in Dubai.
Okay, very good. Next.
Hi, my name is Abdullah Hussein. I worked in an international bank for 12 years as a supplier manager. I started my own company like 1 year ago. And yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Hey everyone, Assalamu alaikum. I'm Mohammed Al-Salh from Lebanon. I raised and born in UAE, and I start my journey in procurement in 2013. Actually in governmental entity, specialist of entertainment and sports.
Very good morning. Myself Vishal Sharma. I'm head of procurement and supply chain for Muhammad Hilal Group. We are here in Dubai for more than 14 years, and we are into diversified industry. We are into hospitality, construction, retail, and manufacturing. Thank you.
Okay, great. So Vishal, since you have the mic, let me ask you the first question then. So, not from your point of view as a buyer, but what is the buying behavior in your company from the business? How does the business buy in your company, if you can tell the audience?
We have a certain set of process. First of all, we have a strategy, and after strategy, there is a planning. But the more important, before planning and strategy, that is a culture. So we have that culture of excellence. And we do a strategy. We currently assess what are the current process, what are the gaps, how we can fulfill it. Then we prepare a roadmap, and we execute that strategy. After planning, we set a AMS in each and every legal entity. From there, we automate the system. So we set a par level in terms of goods, not in terms of services, because service is a different category. And from their goods, whenever there is a shortfall, automatically the ARS system, automatic replenishment system, they generate the reorder. And it automates the procure to pay system through RPA technology, that is robotic process automation technology. It reduces the basically 80% man intervention, and it's totally touchless. So this is how we are performing. Apart from it, we have certain stages where people do the contract management, vendor management, we can say means like the category management, and definitely there is a set of tools what we are using right now, as you said, that Vishal, how we deal with the supplier. So we don't consider supplier as the only supplier. We also deal them, we also means like feel them they are advisory as well, so that they can advise us how to reduce the tail and merit spend as well, and with the proper planning channel as well. So this is how we manage our account payable procure to pay systems.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So may pass over to Mohammed. What do you think? How is the buying behavior in your company? And tell a bit about your company. And how many buyers?
Yes, as I mentioned at the beginning, we are entertainment and sport company. So we have everything customized and branded by us as a governmental entity and live streaming and broadcasting company. So everything we are purchasing normally is, as I told you, is very creative and very unique and branded by us. So this big difficulties for us. We are importing most of the things and trying to do them in-house after pandemic, as we mentioned, because there was an issue in China. So the process, if you want to ask about the purchasing process, normally we have created or designed our ERP system, starting from the requester, passing by his line manager. Then it has to be checked automatically by budget, by the budget, if there is enough budget or not. Otherwise, it will be rejected and returned back to the requester. Then it will come to us. And then after that, we have to compare the prices with our approval hierarchy or our approval matrix. If it's above 10,000, we need to go through comparison. If it's below, we can go direct with our preferable vendor or strategic vendors. So if it's above 10,000, we have to make a comparison. And there is a certain price, like above 300,000, we have to shift it to our purchasing committee. So in certain living or on certain value, there is a unique and different process of purchasing. Then we will move to the normal process of signing the purchase order after doing the comparison or bargaining or tendering, depending on the price. Also, one thing I want to add in the contract, when you mention something about contract, actually for my own experience or my own practice to monitor the contract, I'm always making an LBO against the contract value. That's to monitor the amount and to monitor the invoices of the contract itself. So whenever we sign the contract, we put it in the system, issuing an LBO with same term of the contract, and then we can monitor the payment. And in each and every invoice, we will ask for a report from the project manager or the department head, and that we can monitor the performance of the vendor and the payment terms.
Okay. Absolutely. Please, so can we hear from you? I know, so in your new company, is it?
It's a personal, but it does nothing have to do with the supplier management. But where I used to work, so I worked in HSBC Bank for 12 years, and I last 8 to 9 years it was in a supplier management. The way we do buying is much easier than the government, because as an international bank, we have people coming to us, offering their services. But if there is a huge need for a certain vendor or certain product that we need to go to the market, then there is a certain criteria that we have to go through. It should be an international company or should be a well reputed company. So, but if a vendor coming to me and offering a product, then I have to take the quotation and compare it with the current supplier. And if there is something that we see it's good to go for a new customer, then it should be with everyone's approvals and seeing that services, if services are well and good, then it's good to go with the new vendors. But if the prices are same, but there is a little bit of a discount, but the services are not quite impressing, then we we stay with the current vendors.
If I can ask you, what was your typical, how long was your vendor onboarding cycle? Like, if a new vendor did this supplier solicitation process with you, by when would they, if they got the contract, how many months or days or weeks it took?
A quick process, just to get the quotation and then give it to the line manager to approve. If the quotation is fine, we have the right budgeting, and then it goes to legal for document or the contract drafting, and then everybody agrees on the terms and conditions, then we can go ahead. It's less than a month.
Okay.
Process.
Okay. Thank you. Why don't you pass the mic?
Being in the hospitality company which has a fast-paced experience, growing from 2 brands to 8 brands in 5 years, we had to change a lot of SOPs, KPIs, and procedures, adapt technologies that can size the process, automate it, and make it more efficient. As fine dining restaurants, they have a lot of a big purchase catalog of market list items imported daily or bi-weekly basis from Europe, USA, Canada, Australia, South Asia, and so on. So the supply chain is complex here. So we had to adapt 3 products from Oracle: POS system, point of sale system, inventory management system, and ERP. The point of sale system helped to study the forecast, check what our sales mix, what are the highest selling items, lowest selling items, and based on that plan the demand, and that helps us in terms of negotiations and finding the key and strategic suppliers, so we could do optimal deals for efficient process and optimal prices. And inventory management system, we had the vendor purchase catalog, where there is a master list of all items and suppliers with their correspondent prices, and that gets automatically updated by the suppliers with 2 steps of approval. That helped us to eliminate all the waste and apply Lean Six Sigma strategies to eliminate the time factor, the labor force, and many other factors. After that, in terms of procurement, there is an Oracle product called Symphony or MyMicros that does the proper SOP for ordering process from LPO to GRN or goods received note, then posting that in the system. So we will get the proper data for this term. Then it's automatically migrated to the ERP software, which is Oracle NetSuite. So there we can manage the account payables, receivables, HR, and manage all the payments effectively.
Okay, great. So now you heard from these 4 gentlemen, right? What they had to say now. They actually said all good things about their procurement process, which is good. But I also want to ask you one more question each, right? So if you can think and answer to me in 30 seconds, not more than that, what is the biggest pain point you see in your procurement function or in your organization, that from your perspective in your job?
Other parties' adaptability to technology.
Adapting to new technology?
Yes.
Lack of it or struggling to adopt?
It's emerging currently in UAE, so
okay.
It's still not in full phase.
Okay.
Especially if you are dealing, like, in terms of contracting, like I have done 7 pre-openings, so the contracting part and tendering and bids, this is all standard than the consultancy part. But especially in food and beverage, there are a lot of local suppliers that they still do manual,
right.
And there is paperwork and stuff. But we try to do sustainable, eliminate the waste, be eco-friendly, eliminated the paperwork to 10%, minimize all the type of phone calls, emailing, and these type of things, and make it more automated and software friendly.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
I would say the same thing. Plus, because in our organization we have risk managers, so they are always the barriers. We can't adopt the new technologies. We can't adopt or source new vendors that gives more services or smart services because they have certain risk assessment that they go through. Then they don't want to go through other stuff. So we are still sitting in our comfort zone.
Okay, and is the same across banks or only your bank you felt it?
Well, this is what I see from my bank. It's something for years, and we have to continue doing it for other years, unless someone opens to the new technologies.
Okay.
Yep.
Well,
I think that our main challenges in my domain or my own sport field or entertainment field is rush orders. We have a lot of rush order, last minute orders in our domain, as I mentioned before, because it's a creative area, and it's live streaming always, and it's live broadcast. So we need to be on the time, and we have to meet the deadline, and any mistake will be shown in front of everybody and a lot of audience and a lot of fans. Also, I have another challenge that most of the product is fully customized, and this will take long time and very difficult to source a full customized, especially when the quantity is not that much big, when the quantity is limited. So these are two biggest challenges which I faced during 8 years.
okay, very good. And Vishal, we got a minute or so.
Yeah, our major challenge is that we don't have such kind of procurement tool which can measure the proper accurate procurement KPIs right now. And we are looking forward in the future for the blockchain where I can make the smart contract with Ripple so that we can do like this kind of crypto asset and cryptocurrency as well, so that we can do the seamless transaction. But there is no such tools which we are dealing with. Now we are in the stage with Tealbooks to have those kind of procurement KPI which can measure accurately vendor and like employee performance as well.
Okay,
Fine.
great, very great point, I must say. So yeah, thank you everyone. You want to say something? Yes.
Like there are many international standards that needs to be revised and updated that reflects a challenge for the procurement department, like IFRS standards, GAP, or ISO. They are not much tech friendly due to some internal controls and whatever feedback we get from legal departments. Maybe they can adopt like some blockchain technologies to secure these transactions or some sort of contracts. So there is a big room of development that can be done.
Okay, okay, very good. So we got a minute before we get into break, and then we will have a 15-minute break. And I request you all to be really back within those 15 minutes because we will be, again, I let Anastasia tell me the schedule, but we have a session at 12:15, right? Yeah. Okay, 12:15 we are live from Switzerland, so I do remember that correctly. So yes, we can take a break now. But yeah, thank you very much for the first session, and thank you very much for the contribution as well. So why don't you give these guys a big round of applause? Very good. Thank you. So we'll see you after the break in
Ladies and gentlemen, hello again, everybody. I would like to ask you to take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your involvement in the training process. And now I would like to introduce Hidi from Customer Panel. He will be coming live.
Hi, Hidi, can you hear us?
Hello, Mayank, can you hear me?
Hi. So, guys, can I have your attention, please? We have a speaker from Switzerland, Hidi. So, Hidi is going live now. Can we lower the music? Okay. Hidi is going to talk about buying behavior. I asked you before the break, but Hidi is also going to give his best practice. Okay, Hidi, we are ready when you are. So we should present Hidi's slides. Wait. Yeah. No, we should. We need to present Hidi's slides then. Hmm. Hidi, just stay on the line for a second. Hidi, if you can share your slides, it's easier because
I think
yeah.
it would be easier.
Yeah, it'll be easier if he shares. Sorry for that. Okay, we'll just see if he's audible. Go ahead, Hidi. Hidi, you can start. Hidi, you can start.
Yeah, can you hear me well, Mayank, just to be sure?
Yes, we can hear you, so you can start.
And you can see the slides?
Yes, we can see the slides, we can see you.
Perfect, thank you so much. Thank you, guys. It was great to hear the speaker from this morning, so I'm very pleased for that, and thank you for the warm welcome from Switzerland. So even if here it's quite pretty cold, I would say, at the moment. For today's session, I will give you my perspective on buying practices, because what I could listen from this morning, and we all know on paper the procurement process looks pretty simple, but it's actually a very complex process, as we all know it, with a high level of interaction, whether it is internally or externally. And here I can refer to suppliers or tax authorities. So just a word about me. I have led and still leading procurement excellence organization. I have implemented and managed quite sizable projects and teams in the space of procurement excellence, digital transformation, and sustainability programs. Mayank, just to be sure, do you see the next slide?
Yes, please go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you. So what I wanted to give you as highlight today about the procurement practice, the buying practices within our organization, there are different chapters. The first one I want to share with you, it's about preparing your journey. So first thing to keep in mind, to always make sure that the strategic objective of the project, looking at processes that you want to revise or align with your users, must be aligned also with your company objective. That's the key. The company has a specific strategy, always stick to it, so that the buying practices are aligned to that. Typically, when you think about the scope of procurement or purchasing, this is quite a large area. From buying R&D, buying office supply, or buying direct material for your manufacturing, make sure that you all align. The second point that I want to share with you is about mobilizing the stakeholders. That's the key element within procurement by procurement, but also, and very often, this is something that you don't tell me, to make sure to include finance, whether it is controlling from finance or legal, and for sure the end users, because at the end, this will be about them. The last point of mobilizing your stakeholders will be about making sure that you have the right skills and capabilities available. That's a key element. I have been quite exposed to digital transformation, so with my experience, I know where to, what are the skills and capabilities, but many CPOs on the market are driving the first transformation. So make sure that you're well surrounded by the right expert, and if you see a gap, don't start the journey. I would say it's like a football team. If you don't line up the right areas from the beginning, just train them, make sure that they will be ready for the big day. So it would be the same for this type of journey. Make sure that people understand what does it mean to them, where we go, and that we have the right capabilities available. And last but not least, any project. So procurement activities will not be for our procurement colleagues or the CPO ultimately, but the company project will be impacting all functions of the organization, and we really have to take it from a perspective. So that's the only way to understand the purchasing practice at the end of the day. I would say this is not about the PO. PO is the result of an input and because the output of different steps that we have in the process. So complexity must be understood by everyone and must be driven like a company project and like a procurement project. The other chapter I wanted to give you a perspective is that there is no one control. I heard that from this morning session with the panel. Buying practices should be aligned to your business organization. What is your industry? If you're in the media industry, it's very different to the pharma industry. that will also be very different from any type of product. So always make sure that you understand practices from your organization. What is the size of the company? You're inside. You cannot line up army of people, army of buyers with processes like a giant company would. And thirdly, what is my geographical footprint? So there is always something to keep in mind is the buying practices will also be driven by the geographies in a sense of cultural ways of buying, ways of dealing with suppliers, and also with internal stakeholders. This is an easy one. Harmonize your processes. That's really important. Very often, big pharma, big companies are already too much fragmented to harmonizing processes. So they almost have to start from scratch. But keep in mind that the harmonization is the key to a successful journey. Keeping in mind that you always have to include your local specifics, whether they are regulatory related or geographically related. So there is always these rules that you have to keep in mind. Focus on the user journey. We are always referring to bringing an Amazon-like experience. Okay, the Amazon-like experience, make sure that you have the content ready for and guide your user properly to the right item or service. What do I mean by that? Type buying practices, you should ensure that the content is rich enough so that people can easily find what they via catalogs, via supplier type of experience. But it requires quite some work to be organized, that the content is ready from day one. And also make sure that you promote your tool like Amazon would. So you have to internally precise everything. You have to make sure that there is a communication strategy, change management strategy related to that. As a reminder, as we all aware, you do not buy CapEx items, marketing services, or office supply the same. So be prepared with your buying channel. And I'm sure Mayank will back on today, but the buying channel will be built accordingly. Okay, there is no one fits all, as I said, and focus on the user journey. Understand yourself in the marketing officer or one in the warehouse, so you would understand what do they buy and how do they buy. And lately, look at the system's capability. Great systems on the market, very often of the success of making sure that this is well understood is everything around the system. But the capability of it to make sure that you drive the user properly. And I'm trying to stick to the time allocated with a wrap up. And don't hesitate to contact me afterwards. I will share more information with you. But all the journeys will start with the capability assessment. So start with it, understand where are you currently, what is your as situation. Be ready to build up digital and there is no fit so no one. Don't try to copy best practices. That's the mistake. That's a common mistake to do. Leverage best practices. Leverage, make it unique to organization. To use benchmark. Benchmark is fantastic to understand where they where. And finally, as a key message to my presentation today, mobilize stakeholder, focus on the user journey, and make it out for them. That's the only way that they would be happy to work and collaborate with us as Procurement. Thank you, Mayank.
Thank you, Hidi. If you can hear me, thanks a lot. We had a bit of a lag, but thank you so much.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the day, guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. Yeah. Okay. So, Mayank, can we get you on stage as well? Need to get a slide. Maybe just give him the speaker. while we set him up, we let Mayank introduce himself, but Mayank is not me, Mayank, the other Mayank. He's an independent consultant, and he's an industry expert. He's going to share views on pricing strategy and how he has managed pricing strategy. So we'll hear from him in a minute. And meanwhile, use the opportunity to introduce yourself.
Thanks a lot, Mayank. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mayank Jain. I am into supply chain consulting and industry for almost about a decade and a half. I have worked with Big Four in consulting. I worked with industry, telecom, automotive, consumer durables, and handled quite a large portfolio of procurement, as high as $300 million annual purchase, large teams. And what I'm going to share today is little bit what I could sum up in terms of how, as a procurement leader, whenever you go to market, you have to first of all understand how to peg your price, right? You have to negotiate with the suppliers. So how do you decide on what would be the cost that you're going to finally come up to, and what will be your takeaway price before you sign a contract? Right? So I'm going to present some of the key methods by which you can arrive at the final price that you're going to settle with the suppliers or the vendors that you deal with. It is applicable not only in the product purchase, but also in services, in whichever form that you want to buy from outside your organization. Yeah, thanks a lot, Mayank. And sure. Yeah. So what I'm going to talk about, there's always exceptions. So there could be few cases in your organization where some of it might not fit in, but I'm like 90% sure most of it would fall in place somewhere or the other. So, I'm going to quickly run through this slide. We all understand the stages of sourcing that goes into it. First, you get the requirement from your user functions, internal customers in your organization. Then you try and go to the market, figure out who all are the probable suppliers for you. You do a early stage technical evaluation of these people. Try to understand what they stand for and how much they are relevant to the requirement that you have. Then you send them a request for proposal, right? That's how it happens in most of the cases. That's where you need the pricing point for you in terms of when you get a product, you should be buying it at particular cost. So that once you internally agree on with your internal stakeholders as to what should be your cost, you go on a negotiation table, and then you sign a contract, and so on and so forth. So finally, you have to provide a product or a service at a right cost, right time, right quality in a most sustainable manner. The sustainable manner is also an important key aspect over here. So we are talking about the two steps, RFP, the discovery of price, and then negotiations. I'll quickly run into the methods that are typically being used. First and foremost, benchmarking. Anybody giving you a request to buy, you typically run through within your old database. You typically run through within your own peers in the industry and try to gauge where a product or a service of this sort would fall into, and how much would be a tentative cost for it. So typically, you kind of refer your last purchases, you refer some of the components which you've already bought similarly, right? So if you're buying something which is of a larger scale for what you have bought earlier, you try to gauge the costing from there. Now, this is a very basic technique. It is only to have a back of the envelope calculation for you, but this is not the end of it. This is starting point. And then you kind of go to the market, and then ask for quotations from people. These people will going to give you initial budgetary quotes. Before you do the final bid, you try to sense in terms of what range it lies into, and that's how you evaluate your supplier ecosystem in terms of where do they stand, how cost effective they are, and so on and so forth. The next one is a reverse auctioning. I think this is a most prevalent method where you list your requirement on a platform. You have an entire database of people who are providing you those services and products, and then they are kind of bidding it on your platform or on a hired platform. There are different methods in which the reverse auctioning is done. You have a ranked method where your suppliers do not know while they are bidding in terms of what value is the lowest value. They just know they are not number 1, they are number 3, number 4, number 5. So they have to go down to the least possible in their budget to be the number 1 and finally win the contract. That's a most effective method, and that's been most prevalent use. But then there are other methods as well. There's something called Japanese methods, where you have large number of suppliers bidding in for your product or services. So you say something that you want to buy, let's say for 100 dirhams, there are 20 people. So then you lower the price saying that I would want to buy at 95 will drop out. Now you lower it further to 80, 70 and so on. Lastly, there'll be 1 or 2 people with whom you can go and have an across the table negotiation as well. And then there's a Dutch where when you're going to buy large quantities, there's a possibility not single supplier will be able to give you everything. So then you distribute it among 2 or 3 into a price range. So while you do not get everything at a lowest possible cost, but you still have some people who are giving you a remaining of the quantities at a marginally higher cost. And the last one is the English one, where people sit in a room and then they bid. That's typically not being used, but it's a method. And then comes the technical method of price discovery, which is a zero-based bottom-up, which talk about you go into each element. So if you are a product organization, you're buying components from outside, then you say how much manpower is being used to manufacture that equipment, how much machinery, how much processing in terms of water, electricity, and consumables going into the product, and so on and so forth. So a lot of elements goes into it, and then on top of it, the profits and overheads, and the sustainability practices of environment sustainability and social sustainability. You compare the two organizations. One, giving you a little, cost-effective product, but then the practices are not sustainable. They are emitting a lot of pollution, a lot of carbon dioxide being released. Over and above, there's somebody who's giving you marginally at a higher cost, but they're following the sustainable practices. So those are things that you keep in mind before you build in your final peg point to buy. And then there comes the higher order of price discovery, where you actually go and collaborate with your suppliers. You own a part of their company, you do an equity sharing, and then the books are open, and then you do a collaborative purchase agreement. Or you buy a capacity of your supplier. You say, me to be assured of getting certain quantities per month, per week, per year, I would book 50% of the supplier's capacity, right? Then you, hello? Yeah, then you know what is his fixed cost, and when you're booking 50% capacity, you have to pay for that 50% of the fixed cost, and then pay on the variable as the units produce. So, that's something which goes into the co-ownership method. And the final one on the design-led costing, where you sit with your designers and then you design a product for a cost, right? So there are 5 components going in. The end objective is to achieve a certain function. You think that even if you remove one of the component of the 5, the end objective is met. That's how you kind of develop the costing methodology. You develop the design in a method that final cost is the least possible. The products which are already there, you are selling in the market, but then you have to improvise on the cost. In all those cases, you do something which is called value analysis or value engineering, right? So you sit with your engineering team and then do an optimization of your current design, and then you optimize on the cost and take that engineering back into your supplier ecosystem and ask them to negotiate it further with the reduced spec. Well, these are the major ways you can discover the prices that you're going to go and negotiate with your suppliers. An important thing is you won't be using it for everything that you do. You'll have to, in different scenarios, you will be using different kind of techniques. So, I'll just quickly run through this slide where, it's a power equation. It's a very simple equation. On the x-axis over here, you see what percentage of your total purchase is a particular service or a component, right? So if you're buying, let's say, $100 million, if some product is costing you overall $15 million or $20 million, that's a significant purchase. It will go on the right side of the x-axis. But something which is less than $1 million would fall into the left side of the axis. So it's a complete, you'll have to peg where your product lies. Similarly, when you're going to buy it from the supplier side, it is going to be a significant or a non-significant sell for them as well, because for a supplier, they would be dealing with, let's say, 15 different customers. If you are one of those customers who are part of their significant revenue strategy, then you would fall into the higher side of the y-axis. Now, when it is a significant spend for you and it is a significant revenue for your supplier, you go on the top right box where it is a strategic partnership, and that's where you go into the the methods of co-ownership, cost plus kind of things, where you collaboratively decide on a cost and then negotiate at that level. But when something is not that or moderately significant or not that significant, but it is significantly higher part of your supplier's revenue, which is the yellow box over here, that's where the ancillary strategy lies. So you would have seen a lot of organization, oil and gas, automotive, engineering, right? They have their ancillary park nearby. Why do they have it? Because of this reason. They have large number of components which they buy from from a source which is more reliable. Not that every component is very, very critical for them, but they would want to have reliability of the supplies. That's where they are dealing with them, and they do a literally zero-based costing. They will even go to the extent how much they are spending on the stationery. I mean, believe me, that happens. So that's the kind of strategy which is being used in the ancillary kind of sourcing. When you are buying a product which is important for you, it's a significant buy for you, but it may not be significant as a revenue percentage to your supplier. All of us have cars, right? So car has a very important component called fuel injection pump. Not the electric one, the one which is petrol or diesel one. There are suppliers, you would have heard some company called Bosch. Bosch is an organization which is world #1. That's where most of the automotive company lie, the blue box. None of the companies are significant revenue for them, or very few companies are on the significant revenue of Bosch. They are the leaders. Similarly, Intel, right? So Intel is a supplier to HP, to Lenovo, to a lot of hardware manufacturers. But then they are all the OEMs of laptops. They fall into the blue box, where it is significant for them, may not be that significant to their supplier. The supplier holds a higher power. In all, go into a collaborative mode. So you try and pick the most suitable option from their product catalog, and over a period of time, when you increase your volumes, you try and get that product customized to your requirements so that you reduce your cost. And the final one is the commodity sourcing, is something which is easily available. There are large number of suppliers available. You typically go there and do a reverse auctioning. There'll be people who will be fighting for your product, and you'll get the best price. So while this is the theory, I'll just take one example of, before I move on. So typically over a life cycle, you try to take your purchases on the top two boxes. So because that's where your purchasing power lies, right? You are more, your power equation is on your side at that point. So, I'll take one example in terms of how, I have used in one of my consulting assignments. I was dealing with one of the automotive company which was having some 80 million USD spend on some technology product which is castings. So, just to simple terms, casting is a product which is manufactured by melting the iron and then putting it into a die, and then you make small or big components for it. So there are three different categories of such products that they were buying in their vehicle. One are small products, just 2-3 kgs in weight. Those was less spend, about 0.5% of their total spend, and there were large number of suppliers. Low tech, everybody can produce them, so there are large number of suppliers to it. Then there's something which is medium tech. While the tech was not that difficult, but what was difficult is a continuous quality. So it's a moderate spend for the organization, but from the supplier side of it, there's still large number of suppliers who can do it, right? 10 is a large number of supplier base. You can get them competing for you. And then something which is like an engine block. You would have seen in your cars, right? There's an engine which is a very fairly complex thing. It's a very, very complex thing, and just nobody cannot produce an engine block. You need really high-tech capabilities and experience of decades to actually establish your manufacturing setup to produce an engine block. So while there were 4 suppliers who could do it, but these 4 suppliers also have limited customers. In any country, there will be hardly 3, 4, 5, 6 automotive companies. So for every supplier, each automotive company is a big revenue share. So that's where it's a case where it is a significant purchase for me as an OEM, but it is also a significant percentage of revenue as a supplier. So if I take it in the reverse order, the engine block would actually, any guesses where it will go? If I want to put these 3 components in the matrix over here, any guesses where the engine block would go? The last one? Yes, you're right. So that's where it will go, because it's a significant purchase for you. It's a significant revenue for your supplier, and that's what companies do. They do a design-led, they do a cost-plus model with their supplier, and they work long-term with these. They at times own part of their of these companies. The second one is on the wheel hub. This is something which is moderately important for the organization in terms of spend, but it is typically high revenue because there are 10 suppliers. They have limited customers, and they would want to take more and more revenue share from you. So typically they would come to you, they would open their books. You can do real zero-based costing with them, and then they can give you the best price. And you can always have a competition through a form of quotations, negotiations based on those quotations, etc. And the final one is or the small components, where there are large number of suppliers. You put them on portal, ask them to come and bid, and then you have a reverse auction or an intense RFQ and get your best price over there. So that's how that's a one simple example in terms of how do you use these pricing evaluation techniques to the various product or the services portfolio that you are buying in your organization. That's it from my side. Thank you very much.
For that session. So yeah, Mayank talked to us about pricing strategy, and I think a lot of you could relate to this, right, from your own jobs. So let me come on the stage. before the break, you guys can hear me, right, at the back? So before the break, we were talking about the upstream side of process in procurement, which is supplier lifecycle, sourcing, and contract management. Now we're going to talk about the buying side. And I asked you questions, and some of you shared your experience of how is the buying organization, what's the culture in your organization. And then you heard from Hidi. I know the voice was not very clear. There's a lag on YouTube. But Hidi's message was simple, that, you don't have to copy the buying. Buying, you have to consider the complexity of the organization. You need to focus on a simple set of tasks. So one thing, you will all get all the material that we are presenting. So you will get it in a USB drive. So you will all have all the content with you. So you can take notes, but you will have all the content with you. So yeah, his message, his slides you will get as well. So now let's look at the P2P side, the purchase to order. So normally what happens here is are not really the buyers. You are buying on behalf of the company, as in you are setting up the strategy, you're selecting the suppliers, you're sourcing, you're negotiating with them, you're putting the contracts. Once that is done, and some of you said you are working on pretty advanced systems where you are able to push the contract pricing into your P2P system or purchase to pay system, where end users go and buy. Now, when end users go and buy, they want a very good experience. They want an Amazon-like experience. You will hear later from our emerging tech partners. So we have Penny, CEO, doing a keynote around 5:15, and he will tell you how the P2P is going to be consumerized. But normally speaking, you have all kind of systems to deal with today. So how many of you, if I can have a raise of hands in the room, and then I will tell on the live stream as well, and they can probably comment or like and answer this question. But how many of you feel that you have a consumer-like purchase-to-pay system in your organization? Yeah? How many hands do I see? Way less, right? So I can tell the live stream audience that the hands in the room are, of course, very few. So that means you agree that today you don't have a consumer-like P2P system. Where do you have a good consumer experience when you're buying online? Amazon? Yeah? Is that the standard answer for everyone? What's that? Okay. Okay. So, but mostly on your consumer side, you have a good experience, but when you are trying to buy in the company, you don't have that great experience. Now, you know that I shared earlier with you in the day that 75% of the buyers are millennials. So they definitely are not used to systems that are not consumer-like, not friendly. So we as procurement organization, we definitely need to see that what are the systems we are providing to our buyers, to our business partners who are going to buy something. And then also how have we enabled them to actually consume the contracts that we are setting up. If we don't do that, then we're basically not setting themselves up for a good experience and for yourselves to actually get them to comply with what contracts you've negotiated with the suppliers. So let's look at P2P. What does P2P actually have? Let's look at this third line. I hope it's legible to all of you. We'll also discuss in more detail in the next slide. So firstly, P2P has something called as buying channels. We'll elaborate on this in detail, but can anybody guess what buying channels are? Or I'm sure some of you obviously in the room do this day in and day out, but what could be buying channels? Can anyone name a buying channel? Loud and clear. Okay. In office buying. When you're buying through a tool, okay, marketplace is a buying channel, yes. blanket purchase. Yeah. So buying channel is nothing but basically the different options you give to your business partners to buy your tool. Or if you are buying even without a tool, these are the kind of options. Like to name a few options, buying channels are like, let's say you mentioned earlier in the day, contracts, catalogs that you set up against a contract. So those catalog is a buying channel. When you're buying, when you are searching, just like Amazon, but you're searching within your procurement system in the company, and you search for items like you gave the example earlier, would typically be on a catalog kind of a buying channel. So you would expect that people are buying stationery using catalogs. Now, if you think of, let's say, something else on another buying channel. So let's say, for example, advertising. If you are buying for advertising, probably you don't have something catalog like a creative that you want to give to your ad agency. So you probably have this somewhere like more free text or in some sort of a form where you can provide the information of what you need to buy. So that's another buying channel. Now, if you're, let's say, buying again free text but against a contract, so you're buying like you're doing a contract PO, contract purchase order. So that's another buying channel. So buying channels are just different ways in which you buy different category of spend. I'm thinking what could be another buying channel. You mentioned blanket purchase order. So for those in the room who don't know what's blanket purchase order, it's basically when you are, instead of every day or every time trying to raise what is called as a purchase requisition to buy something, you are just kind of getting a blanket approval for a certain spend. And let's say it could be a project, it could be a spend that you do recurring, but you have a budget. Again, the ad agency is a good example. Like, let's say, instead of raising a PO each time, I may raise a blanket PO that I have an advertising budget for 1 million, and I will keep raising POs. So I just, instead of that, I just raise one blanket PO, and I have a way to work with my ad agency. So that could be an example of blanket PO. So these are just different buying channels. So then let's come to what is guided buying. Guided buying is when your users have a way to buy easily without much help, like self-service, for example. So again, a good P2P system like Amazon, do you take anybody's help? Maybe your kids, right? But you really don't need help. It's self-service. You can buy off your phone. You can buy easily off your laptops. So it's self-service. It's easy because it's catalog and easy. But in many e-commerce websites, you will see that buying is easy. You can always get to checkout very easily. So that same experience can you give to your business partners in your companies with the systems you have. So that then they can do self-service. The more they can do self-service, they'll be more efficient, and they will actually bother you less times, right? So, and they will also comply with these systems more. When the systems are tough, then they will always have reasons to not comply with using the systems. So then, as we move forward, as you can see, it's basically catalog and content marketplace. So as a procurement professional, or as someone who's taking care of sourcing for that category, you would want to put more and more of your spend into a way that is easily consumable. So like catalog is a good example of where you can put your spend. Like the stationery example you gave, it should be catalog. There's no other way to buy stationery because it'll be very difficult to free text, to specify. I mean, it's almost impossible, right? You would buy catalog of, you'd buy stationery of catalog clearly. So the more you have catalogs, now does anybody know a benchmark of what's a good catalog percentage for that category? For any category? Yeah? Yeah, you say 70? For that category or in general? Yeah, it depends on the commodity as well. But so yeah, I would say, yeah, of course, more the better, but normally as an industry average, If you are cataloging 40% and above, that's a fairly good sign. But if you can catalog 70%, again, it would depend on the category. That's a very good sign as well. And there will be other places where you may not be able to catalog. Then this thing we discussed earlier in the contract side, but this is called contract compliance. This basically means that you are consuming from your contract that you set up, that your procurement department set up, that your contract manager set up. Now when you're buying in the P2P system, you are actually seeing those prices. And to give you an example of that, for example, the normal price, let's say, of this mic is, let's say, $50. But if you're buying through the P2P system, and if you buy, let's say, 10 of them from a certain supplier, maybe you get a 20% off. Now, did you get that 20% off price in the system or not is where the contract compliance is taking place. So the procurement person is just going to be able to set up the contract in the system. Or like we said, it's in your drawer, it's in your shared drive. But when will you be actually able to realize the saving out of that, or make sure that the contract is actually being complied with, is happening in the system when you're actually buying? So that is what contract compliance is all about. And it's normally easier to have it if it's in the system, right? So it's not easy to track. Now, what is tactical sourcing? Has anybody heard of tactical sourcing? So has anybody heard of 3 bids and a buy? Yeah. So basically, what happens is you have 2 kinds of spend, right? So one is strategic, which we talked about earlier in the day, and which also I think, Mayank, you mentioned right now on the pricing thing. But strategic spend, you are really looking at the spend and trying to have a strategy for it. So you as a buyer are really negotiating with suppliers, and you're trying to put a contract in place. But there is other spend that you may not get time to do in your category. That is still, let's say, not that strategic. So I'll again give you an example. Let's say I'm a global company based out of London. Now, globally, I do have a contract for, let's say, catering or something. But in my Dubai office, I don't have a local level contract for catering. So that would be an example where, as a category manager, I may have global contracts, but I have not covered that spend. So what will I do? Yeah? Yeah, so a party could manage my spend, but let's say what I could do still as a buyer, as a procurement person, is tell that, okay, in Dubai, if you're going to buy, you're going to order catering services, go and get 3 quotes. Yeah, not me as the procurement person, but you as the buyer, get me 3 quotes. And then if you've got those 3 quotes from 3 different suppliers, whichever one is the cheapest probably, or you at least went out to market to get quotes, means you've at least done some sort of a procurement exercise, and you may realize some saving. So that is tactical buying. Now, sorry. Tactical buying happens all the time, even without a tool, because it's literally, this example I gave you is very real, right? It happens all the time. You just ask the buyer, and especially in small organizations, and I'm sure some of you will raise your hands for this. Do you do this kind of buying? Do you ask your buyers, they come to you for a requisition with a quote, and do you ask them, did you take 3 quotes? Who does that? Yeah? Why do you do it? Okay. 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 But you are literally okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So you're pretty much happy as procurement managers to just get 3 quotes. So you don't get involved yourself. Much. Okay. Yeah, that's what tactical is, right? So you are, as a procurement manager, more interested in the overall category, in the strategic spend, in managing those supplier relations, those supplier performance, supplier risk, contracts. You are not going to look at a tactical spend somewhere in some part of the world. I mean, ideally, you would have everything covered. But so what you can do is, of course, have a process in place that for my tactical spend, when you get to such spend, at least get 3 quotes. So now when we talk about technology, and you will later, I tell this again, that you will hear from the Penny CEO, but you will see that how some of this is done in a system. You can easily get 3 quotes. Now, if I ask someone to take 3 quotes, it is still some effort. But if it's in a tool, it's probably a bit easier, right? You just literally, from a drop down, select 3 suppliers, and they will give you a quote back, and it's collaborative. You can go back and forth and until you accept a price. So it's a very quick form of negotiation also. And you don't need the procurement professional to do it. You can do it yourself. So this is again a useful tool. It adds a few % to the saving. When you add it up for the whole year, you add a few % savings to your procurement. So it's again a useful part of your procurement strategy to have, and get a few points of saving on it. So now we come to the actual purchase order. So what we talked about till now is really using a buying channel and raising what is called as a purchase requisition. Yes? One second, please use the mic so others can hear you.
Thank you very much. About 3 quote, is there a budget limit? I mean, let's say our company takes say from 1,000 to 100,000. Okay, we can exercise this method. And like I work in Oracle, I have to take approval from my line manager, then all up to the CEO. So is there a limit of budget for this? Or it's according to the company policy?
Yeah, it's a great point. So it's a very good point you raised, right? So yes, so there are 2 things. So of course, you are trying to get a quote up to a certain spend from the your business partner yourself. But when it is above a certain spend, you definitely are trying to source yourself. So depends on the size of the company. Many companies have different rules, right? So in some companies, well, typical, let's say the Fortune 500, right? So 200, 300. I mean, I was a sourcing manager for JP Morgan Bank in Europe. So I was managing their entire category for Europe. So for me, under $200,000 spent, I didn't see it myself. It went to a buying department, and they got those requisitions and they could handle it. But if anything above 200K, I as a category manager needed to check it, and probably should have strategically sourced it, or at least approved the requisition, right? So you would do that. And what you asked also has another aspect, that yes, the requisition itself, you have budget control. So when you are in general requisitioning, again, you could have it in the system or in the approval flow, that someone who is approving it checks for the budget. So make sure that you as a company has the budget, or you as a department have the budget, or have secured the budget for what you're trying to buy. Because this is still a requisition. When a requisition gets approved, fully approved, it is like a purchase order. Purchase order is like a legal document because it's gone to the supplier, and the supplier is then acting on that purchase order to provide you the service. So then if you later on, even cancel, of course, there are terms you can cancel, but if you cancel, then it's still a legal binding document, right? That it's a purchase order. So you would want to approve and see if you have budget, and then only approve the requisition.
Thank you so much. Can I ask one more question?
Yes, please.
About the blanket purchase. It's a question. It's not. I'm not contributing now. I handle generator maintenance for the aerial of the Salat signal. Okay, this is can go under this category. blanket purchase because I have open approval. I mean, just they have to visit the site to make maintenance for the generator in regular basis. And I have the budget approved, and I have the period of time every like 3 weeks they have to do this maintenance. This go under blanket purchase?
Yeah, it is planned purchase. This is an MRO purchase. This is
I mean, if this is the right form, sorry
yes.
for to interrupt.
No, it's okay, but I mean, it's probably not going to go under the tactical sourcing side of things or that, but it is just a planned purchase.
Because first time, honestly, as in, you know, I am not procurement person.
No, it's
first
good.
time
It's
I
good.
heard about that the blanket purchase. So it come to my mind, this is under this category, the contract, the maintenance contract of the generator. This under this category?
Yes, you want to answer that?
Yeah, please.
Please. But I welcome you to ask questions like these. You are here for the training, so this is, you logically thought of it as a question, so that's really good.
Yeah, this is under annual maintenance contract, where you put the scheduled maintenance, and you put contingency number of visits per year in case of any failure or troubleshooting. So this has to be in an annual maintenance contract agreement, not a blanket contract.
Thank you. Okay, so purchase order. We'll also see this in the next slide in a bit more detail, but once your requisition is approved, it becomes a purchase order. Now the supplier collaboration. What is a supplier collaboration? Means you are able to collaborate with the supplier, you're able to interact with the supplier regarding your requirement, regarding getting confirmation, okay, can he service your needs? Can he deliver your order on time? And so on, or if there's a problem. So there's a way to collaborate from within a tool. So that is supplier collaboration. Now, if you have to pick up the phone, it's a slower process, right? If you have to meet this person, it's again a slower process. So this is what supplier collaboration is about. That if you can effectively collaborate from the tool, and not even like email, you can do it from your requisition itself. Just put a comment there, like how you put comments on Facebook, how you put comments there. You are not writing to the message, you're just writing there in that post. It's like, it's as simple as that. So let's look at, and then after, let's say you receive the goods, it comes receiving, right? So let's look at this process actually in a bit more detail, then come back to this slide. So what we talked about is basically this process. So what do you do? And I'm sure most of you do this as a simple process, day in, day out, people who are in purchasing, but this is simple. So let's walk through this process. You raise a PR, meaning you raise a purchase requisition. And like I said to you, you would raise a self-service purchase for the buying channels, which we discussed in the previous slide, right? We'll discuss in more detail, but at least you get a basic understanding what are buying channels. So, and then collaborative requisition or tactical sourcing, which we discussed, like 3 bids and buy, right? So all this is happening in the purchase requisition. Then once your requisition is done from one of those buying channels, it goes in an approval flow. This is where things like budget comes in, your manager's approval come in, or let's say you're ordering, when you're ordering in a system, it's in under normally also you are part of a certain cost center in your company or a certain purchase org in your company, or you belong to a certain company code in your company. So there are ways in which your cost is managed, your approval is managed, your workflow is managed, right? So somebody will approve your requisition. And then you can also have multiple people. Most companies, they have 2 or 3. But again, what is the best practice these days about approval flows? Should they be long or should they be short? Why short? Okay. Yes, so it's, I mean, long approval flows are quite redundant. You also have reporting, you have other ways, and like you said, there's a lot of self-check is already there. Okay, so normally in your org, who has more than 3 approval flows? 3 people in the approval flow. You have? You know the reason? Sorry? So you think this is not appropriate anyway? Okay. Okay. Okay, for the transaction, yes, that's fair point, right? Higher the spend, then you do need many more people to approve it. Okay. Um, so we said this after approval of PR, it's the PO, right? PO goes electronically. What does it mean that the PO goes electronically? Means it's going over email, it's going directly to a supplier portal. I mean, in the olden days, you would still have a fax. You could have a, printed PO. Even a PDF is technically a printed PO, but of course, you're sending it over email. But yeah, so there are different ways. But when it's electronic in the true sense, you also have something called EDI, electronic data exchange, right, interchange. So, when it's electronic in the true sense, it's being read by the system, and you are able to convert the lines or the content in the purchase order into an invoice. Like, I think you've done it when you do some personal buying as well. When you choose quantity, it easily, you can easily flip it into an invoice. Have you ever done that? You must have done it unconsciously. Yeah? Yeah, so that is because it's electronic, right? You are easily able to order something, and it goes to someone like a supplier who has a portal, who has a login, who has a profile on a supplier portal. Now, all the big software providers, they have a portal. Now, some have a proper supplier portal, which is not just for flipping a PO, but it is also like a tool for discovering supply, source of supply, doing sourcing activity, doing the supplier life cycle we talked about, doing the collaboration on contract negotiation, responding to bids. It does all of that and flips the PO. But there are some portals which are made fit for purpose just to do, like, you get a purchase order and you log in and you can flip that into a PO, flip that into an invoice. So can anybody think of what is the benefit of that? Invoice matching is faster because you don't have scope to change the lines. What you order is actually the lines that get copied and the price gets copied. So it makes the approval quicker, the invoice matching quicker. So yeah, that's kind of the reason. It's also accurate, it's more convenient. Also, there are things called taxes. So your purchase order may not necessarily have a tax, but the invoice will have the tax from the supplier. And the supplier should know what is the right tax for the goods that he's providing, right? So again, when you're flipping a PO, all these things happen pretty much automatically. You don't have to really do something other than that. So after the PO, what's the next logical step? The next logical step is suppliers got the purchase order. Now they need to acknowledge your order. So how many of you actually get order acknowledgement today in your business? Yeah? How do you get them? By email? Have you mandated it for all your suppliers? Yeah? How do you do it? It doesn't, okay. So time frame, okay. Yeah, so order confirmation is pretty useful. I mean, again, if you have systems, you can set it for certain categories, you can set it for certain types of supplier, or you can set it as in general. So that's what you do. What happens after order acknowledgement? Yeah, follow up on delivery. So does your supplier give you delivery notification or shipping notice? Yeah. Yes. 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 So I mean, it's pretty easy. If you have systems, it's very easy to just click a button, confirm an order, and also just click a button, or provide or integrate it with your shipping supplier like DHL or FedEx or anything. You can easily do that. I think when you do personal orders also, you see that, right? Very quickly you get the tracking number and all that on your mobile or something. So that's just simply a shipping notice. So after that, now in a purchase system, what happens is the purchasing system is looking for what is called as a three-way match. It's a three-way match between requisition, what you requisitioned or what you ordered, then what got invoiced, and what is good receipted. So now we talk about good receipting. So good receipting means you ordered, let's say, I ordered 10 apples. And did the supplier give me 10 apples? And did he also invoice me for 10 apples? Or let's say you received 10 apples, but one of them was actually rotten. So you actually got 9 good apples, 1 bad apple, right? So would you receive 10, or would you say you good receipted 9? 9, right? So now if let's say you good receipt 9 and you had ordered 10 and the invoice is for 10, then your system will create a block. So this is what is called this. Invoice is received and then it's trying to match the invoice, but it creates a block because it doesn't see that the quantity matches, the ordered quantity matches the invoice quantity, the received quantity. So all three should match. So also to look at it the other way, where things do match, then it is called like touchless invoicing. You don't need to touch the invoice because you already approved the purchase order. It's the invoice for what is already approved, and it should automatically go for payment in your payment system. And then if you're talking about payment, payment normally can be instant. Payment can have something called as a payment term. So has anybody heard of payment term? Yeah? So payment terms, yes. Do you have standard payment terms? What are the standard payment terms in UAE? 30 days. 90 days. So are you exploiting small suppliers or what? Okay. Yeah. So 60 to 120. Okay. Yes.
Procurement person sitting in the office. He received acknowledgement by email, the delivery in this time, but the delivery to the warehouse. Okay, the person, the storekeeper, he give report. There is one apple not according to our order, and we cannot accept this apple, so we receive good 9 apple. Okay, in the past we have return voucher, and we could make this adjustment manually in the physical document, in the hard document. Now those modernized application have some solution in these cases. I mean, can we make return voucher for 1 apple at once, the same time of the delivery to the warehouse? I mean, sorry for this more detail, but okay, what to do if the buyer sitting in the office handle many purchase order and doing his daily task, okay, and he has to, I mean, can the storekeeper do this from from his laptop in the store? If this is programmed in the system, in the application?
Sure. So Vishal, you want to answer that? Take the mic.
Suppose the purchase order of 10 apples, and you have received 10 apples, out of it, one is rotten, right? So there is an invoice, let's say 1 gram for 1 apple. So you have received 10 quantity, 10 gram. Invoice also, yes. So you are also receiving like invoice of 10 gram, 10 apple, right? So you, because in a three-way match, it is very important to match basically the delivery note, purchase order, and invoicing as well. So you will make a, the system must make a GRN, goods received note, automatically for 10 apple. Immediately, the one apple credit note, it will be automatically, not automatically, we have to generate at the same time in the system. Few companies, they take a printout and they take a signature at a time of delivery from the delivery salesperson. But in the RPA process or in the advanced system process, okay, the invoice will be hold, okay, they will create the one apple credit note, and that will be automatically through vendor collaboration portal, it will went to supplier. Supplier will acknowledge it digitally. Once it's get approved, so the OCR character, like optical character recognition system, means in the RPA process, they will approve the particular purchase order to pay. In some case, yes, credit, exactly. Credit note will be generated for the one rotten apple. Yes.
Yes. So I think let's take it for the whole audience, right? So so basically, what we're saying in this example is you had ordered 10 apples, and the supplier invoiced you for 10 apples. You got 9 apples that were fine, 1 was rotten, right? So the next step, as Vishal explained, is that okay, you can reject it, and if let's say you're still paying for 10, but then he's giving you a credit note back for 1. So that means, okay, you are either getting that credit back, or you are probably in your next order, you don't have to pay for 1, so 1 less. So it is anyway adjusted, right? It's adjusted in the system.
Okay, thank you very much.
And also what happens is, in this case, there is a workflow. Because there is a exception, there is a workflow. And normally the exception is simply because the person has not done good receipt. Because the system is saying, okay, he ordered and the invoice has come in, but where is the good receipt? So that also happens. And then it just, if you have a system, it normally will send you a reminder that you got the invoice, you must have got the goods, so good receipted. And it's simple, you can do it on your phone, you can just literally email something and it creates a good receipt for you. So it's very easy to do it. So this is where also a lot of organizations really struggle. They don't have people doing good receipt, and then the invoice gets blocked. When the invoice gets blocked, the accounts payable function has to get involved. Because if it was like the other example, the touchless invoicing where everything matched, it would straight go into something called as OK to pay, and it's going to be going into a payment run where it's going to be paid on the day it's due, or as per the payment run or the payment cycle, it'll get paid. But when it's blocked, then somebody needs to handle it, and it is a manual effort, right, for people to do this. Yes. No, it's for the audience on live streaming as well.
I mean, because when we are having annual contract with a good supplier and loyal supplier, there is no issues. We can even this, there is no flexibility in the system to insert immediately from the warehouse the credit note or the return voucher for any reason. This no problem. It's not big issue when we are having a long relationship with loyal supplier. But in the case of the single purchase order or urgent purchase order, we're going to buy these goods for one time. Still, I believe the buyer should supervision and track the order directly, even by telephone, or to go by himself to the warehouse if this is a critical and expensive item. I don't know if you agree with me. You got my point?
Yes.
Many times, especially I'm talking because I have my experience in the fit out. And we're going to have this item for single time. And I make a urgent approval with 10,000. So I want someone to assist me and give me an accurate report from the warehouse, okay, that I receive the same quantity according to the specification and with no damage, because it's a single approval and urgent. And it usually not go all the way in the system, all the approval from line manager up to, let's say, the procurement director. So this happened with me.
Okay,
So,
sure.
I share my experience about the fit out because lot of detail.
Sure, absolutely.
No, if I am wrong, please correct.
No. There's no right or wrong, right? It's good. So you are applying the whatever you're hearing, and then you are trying to apply it to your use case in your company, right? It's very good. Yes. No, there's no wrong. There is training, right? This is what training is for, to learn, right? To learn, and that's why I'm also going very, very slow, very, very much through the building blocks, because once the building blocks are clear, then everything is easy. And I mean, today, I don't know if you've noticed, but what we did is we covered the whole best practice process. We covered almost till invoicing right now, from the entire starting cycle of supplier management to invoice to pay. So literally in the last 2 hours or so, you already start to gather at least the process knowledge, a broad process knowledge, how procurement works or how the source to pay process works. I mean, there's a lot of detail in it. You can go, but I told you that this is first you start at level 3, and you are seeing at least a high level process. So at least you don't have a block that this is something I don't know. So now you have the confidence that yes, I do understand what does procurement really mean. Like I shared with you, I didn't know what procurement means at some point. So this makes it a bit clear, right, that this is what it is. And you start to then go deeper, and then maybe, I mean, I won't really say it's an interesting field, but it is an interesting field. I mean, it is not bad at all. I mean, I've had a 20-year career in it, so I can't say it's not interesting. It needs skills that are not just, I was talking to you only in the break, right? It is not just procurement skills. Procurement needs totally, a lot of EQ, emotional quotient. It needs, besides, of course, skills you will learn on the job. So you will know the process. In 2 days, you will learn the process. So that's not the big deal, but that's operational. So you will learn a lot. You will learn a lot about yourself, actually, when you're doing business. So procurement is all-round skills. Procurement is actually sales also, because you're on the other side, but it is literally sales. Yes.
Profit for the company. The good buyer, he earn money for the company by saving money, saving good, saving money, saving procedure. Now we don't want to talk about that who's the mistake or who's sorry, not mistake, who responsible if receiving the 10 apple with one not good.
No.
Who's the responsibility? The storekeeper or the buyer or the system? This is another management issue. Correct? I mean, who's responsible? But this is not the time to discuss this.
Yes, it's fine. Yes. So, so all I'm saying is, look, we went very slowly, and you do understand the whole idea of this kind of a class, as Adi explained to you in the morning, was we are going through the journeys. So this is, today is, of course, you had a couple of high-level industry perspective, just so that you understand what is the whole landscape like or what is happening in the industry. But really, the first thing to learn is, okay, what is the basics of procurement? The basics is this source to pay process. Then you build your domain knowledge. And you are all building it by working. So you are learning on the job. But I think Adi showed you in his presentation that you can only learn so much in your job, and also you are limited by what your company offers. If your company is running a system that is old, that's all you will learn. If your company runs half the processes of these, that's what you will see. You're not going to be exposed to best practices. And until you actually know, you will think that is the process because you've only seen that much. So obviously the purpose of the training is to start to see the whole process and then see, okay, what do I do and what do I not know here, or am I, when you're listening to other people, you are learning how they are doing or how is procurement done in their organization. You're also able to benchmark a bit, you know. Like I think I gauged from the conversation, Tarun, your organization, Vishal, is pretty advanced, right? Compared to some of the others. It's just the maturity of the org. So that is how we are going through the course. So we're going from where we are right now to, you will start hearing as we get into the later part of today, you will hear from IBM, you will hear about the shared service, how to do the whole source to pay as a delivery. Then you will hear later, like I said, you know, Penny. Then you will also see that procurement is not just this. Procurement is now about what are you sourcing? Is it sustainable? So then of course you will add all those dimensions to your own skills, right? That how do I start to do sustainable sourcing? So you will also hear from someone tomorrow who's a founder for CarbMe. And they have a system to actually measure real time the impact of your carbon emissions from your major suppliers. So this is an example of also then how you start to expand and become, again, what Adi showed you, from learning procurement to doing operational procurement to doing strategic procurement to actually becoming an emerging leader, becoming a procurement champion, right? So when you want to call yourself a procurement champion, it should be really when I think at least you have exposure to the whole landscape, whether it's technology, whether it's services, whether it's process, talent, any aspect of what procurement skills are needed today, right? So that's I think what I would say to you here. So where did we stop? We went till invoice matching. Yes. So let's also discuss this next line. So like I told you, invoice is submitted, then touchless invoicing is if there's three-way match. Otherwise, it's matching and it's raising an exception. Then it has an exception workflow. Sorry, I'm not using a pointer. Otherwise, I would have pointed. Can someone get me a pointer? It would be easier. So yes, we are here on the exception workflow in invoice to pay. And then there is something called as payment term optimization. So what is payment term optimization? Can anyone guess? Yeah? Yeah, okay. What else? Okay, yes. Yeah, okay. So how many of you have standard payment terms in your company? Have you mandated with your supplier a standard payment term? So there are a lot of companies that, of course, have no system for payment terms, like they pay when they pay. But as you mature as a company, you start to have standardized payment terms, and then, like as you said, you start to even extend payment terms. Like let's say the standard payment term is net 30. That means when you get the invoice, in 30 days we will pay you, provided the invoice matches. Now, if you increase the payment term from net 30 to net 50, what do you think you get? You get 20 extra days, then what happens? Cash flow. Your cash flow is better. So now if I am a small supplier, right, what can I do? Because I don't want to get paid in 50 days. But your standard payment term is 50. What should I do? This
Yeah, rebate or provide
exactly
more competitive prices or more competitive services like faster lead time or emergency deliveries and so on.
Exactly. So what I would do is the next thing. So payment term optimization was to, if you look at it from the buyer side, they want to standardize and extend the payment term. And if you look at it from the supplier side, they want to see which payment can they get quicker so that they can have their cash flow better, right? They can have working capital. Then this dynamic discounting or this payment term discounting is that, okay, I'm not going to wait 50 days. I would like to get paid now, but I can discount my invoice by 1%, 2%, whatever is the norm, or more or less around it. There are also invoice factoring firms. So let's say your buyer doesn't give you, he will still pay you on 50 days, but you can go to, there are a lot of companies that run that sort of business. They say, okay, you have an approved invoice and you're waiting for 50 days, so we can give you the credit now, and they make money on it, right? They get paid then. They pay you, they take a cut, and then you get paid, they get paid from your supplier. So that also happens. So that is payment term discounting. Now you have systems where this can be done from the system, can be initiated both by the buyer or the supplier to do this. Also for whole B2B commerce, which we talked about earlier in the day, that this is, can anyone tell me the numbers I told? How much is the e-commerce today? 12 trillion, right? And how much is going to be 2028? 25, right? So all of this is going actually between two companies, right? It's going B2B. So all this is going through payment. So the payment itself is a very big opportunity for business, for services, for innovation. So this is a very big area to also, so as you are procurement professionals, and if you look from our perspective, we are partnering with all emerging tech because we are trying to extend the boundaries of what you can do today and how you can do it better, how you can do it automated, how these systems can make these processes either faster, automated, or even eliminated. That there is no need to do this. There is no need for, let's say, a three-way match. There is no need to check this. There is no need to do a strategic sourcing exercise, for example, or need to have your own contracts. So all of this in the next 2 days, you will also see from the emerging tech partners when they tell you. So they're going to tell you, like, we have different partners, right? I did show you that in the morning, did I? Yeah, I showed you a slide on it, right? Yes, I was still waking up. That means if I don't remember, but I did show you. Okay, so but they are across source to pay. So somebody is a specialist in sourcing. They're doing something in sourcing. They have artificial intelligence in sourcing. Somebody has like something in contracts that gives you intelligence on contracts or reads the contract. Like imagine, so first we are learning the process, but now imagine like if you are doing a contract job, you are reading each contract. Now let's say like in Europe we had this GDPR. So like it's related to the privacy of the data you get and how you use it and stuff. So imagine if, and everybody, most companies, they had to literally look at each contract, read thousands of contracts, make some change, or firstly know that they need to make a change, and then make that change. Now, if you have technology that can read 5,000 contracts in a second and suggest you where to make a change. Imagine the amount of man hours and the accuracy, or maybe accuracy is a bit debatable sometimes, but it's still, you know. So this is, then you start to also see how technology can actually make this process smoother or faster, or savings that you did not imagine previously are possible. That is what emerging tech is doing. And that is why we want you to learn emerging tech and also, yeah, take up jobs in emerging tech, right? So like our company totally is, because we are partnering with emerging tech, when we do projects, we're doing projects on emerging tech. So we are kind of also then learning those new technologies as we implement them. Okay, so we are here, and then invoice gets paid, and then there is something called as payment status. So how does payment status happen? So you get a status message, or you are, where you don't have a system, you are calling the accounts payable department, when will I get paid? So that is a really old way, you know. If you look at the old AP departments, their phone is constantly ringing or constantly like kept like that nobody rings, because they know the call is to just to follow up, and they are just under the burden of invoices. So it's, yeah, even it happens even today. I mean, if you look at Germany, I think prints 90% of their invoices. It is a, you know, they don't have a reason, but they are printing their invoices. So it's just that a lot of companies, despite having all the technology, are still using print for something. So yeah, payment status, if you have a technology to, like the portals especially, you can track the payment status. Otherwise, you are calling up or getting these messages probably, or you get notified from your bank or something. So yeah, it's again a useful part of the process. And then, so that gets us to end of P2P at a high level. Then let's talk about spend analysis. Can I know the time? 51. Okay. So spend analysis. How do you do spend analysis today? Do you do spend analysis in your company? Can you raise your hands who does spend analysis? Yeah, what about others? Okay, so some of you do. So what kind of tool you have for spend analysis? Did I hear Excel? Yeah? Wow. Sorry? Okay, SAP BI. Yes, at the back. Yes, Amar? Okay. 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 Yeah, very good. So spend analysis, again, is very critical, very important for procurement, because unless you know what you're spending, it's a bit difficult to do your strategy. Without knowing how much I've spent, on what category, what price. So, sorry. This leads to something called as spend classification. So, has anybody heard of commodity code structure? So also you need to classify spend to do it in a consistent way. Like, let's say if there was no way to standardize it, everybody would have their own measure. Like there would be, let's say, or unit of measure, for example. If you didn't know that you could measure this as 1 meter or this, you would not know. Oh, thank you. So same way for commodities, right? If you, there is a way to standardize commodities. So there is something called as the UNSPSC commodity structure, which is the United Nations standard for the product specification. So it really just tells you there's a standard way to classify. Now most companies still have, for some reason, their own classification, but at least they have a classification. So they know that this is marketing spend, or this is under marketing so-and-so spend and stuff. So that is the classification of your spend. Now a lot of companies are here because if they have not captured the spend correctly when they are raising the requisition, then they will not have that knowledge, right? Because maybe they didn't have a system in which they could know that where did they spend the money. So a lot of companies are actually, when they're raising the purchase order, they don't have an idea of where they're spending the money. But they are doing just spend analysis from the invoices. So when they're doing that, they are doing it really like in a reactive way after the spend has all happened. And so this data enrichment is basically to, one, of course, after the fact, start to correct where you don't know where the spend is, and start to put it into categories. So that's the other job of the category managers, is to see, okay, how much of my spend is addressable, how much of my spend is non-addressable or unaddressed today. Unaddressed meaning I did not look at it. And addressed is the one that you as sourcing manager, you have strategically sourced, or you are aware of it, or there's a contract already or a catalog already, so you know that this is it. So this is the kind of the purpose of spend analysis or data enrichment, to get to know that, okay, this is my unaddressed spend and this much I need to address. So then what is spend benchmarking? So spend benchmarking then is basically going a bit further and also benchmarking spend with, let's say, in your industry. Of course, you're not going to get a spend of another organization like that, like supplier level spend, but you can benchmark from, let's say, the financial statements. A company of similar size, why should their spend in general procurement be so much and yours be different, right? So that kind of benchmarking you can easily do. Also, sometimes you are able to benchmark at a category level. So now again, there are tools that is changing all this. You can easily get pricing intelligence. So can someone give me an example of, in your real life, where you have this? Okay. You can get a benchmark, but where it is already a standard. Say it louder. What? No. So explain what is LME like. Yeah.
No, something like you can say where for commodities it's Platts or Argus, where it gives you the international pricing of fuel or
so that is an
diesel
external source, right? It's giving you information on commodity prices.
And London Metal Exchange, which gives on the predominant metal which is traded across the globe. So
yeah, but I'm saying in your personal life, where do you know that you don't need to get a quote? There is a standard. That is the price.
The market range, the benchmark is 45,000.
Yeah.
So this is something from real life example.
Okay. Okay, yes. So in some ways, yes. So that's an example, right? So what you are giving an example is what is called like a commodity marketplace. So like you said, for insurance, I go here. For houses, I go there. For, let's say, I'll give you even simpler example like Uber. Uber is a taxi, right? And Uber, and maybe here you use Kareem, but you more or less have a standard price. Yeah, so the price is known. So you don't need to get quotes or think that this taxi company will give me this price or the other price, right? So it becomes a standard. So then you don't need to source. You don't need to find out pricing intelligence. But So that I was what I was trying to get to, that you can, so one is commodities marketplace where you start to specialize. Of specializing the taxi marketplace in a way. The housing, the websites you mentioned, or the insurance is kind of like a marketplace for these. So what is happening in categories is also that you are trying to evolve into commodity marketplaces. So that, let's say, everybody in every company is ordering facilities, is ordering stationery. So there must be a marketplace like which everybody can, as a standard, just buy stationery off. So where do most people buy stationery here? Is there a place? Yeah. So like that. And then same like in US you would have Staples or something, right? So it becomes a standard. I mean, it isn't a standard, but more or less you know, okay, this is the price. Or Amazon, for example. I was hoping some of you will say Amazon is an answer, because if you check the price on Amazon, you think, okay, more or less, I don't think that price is bad. That price means it just becomes more or less a standard. If Amazon is selling something for $10 and this other website is selling for 10 or 11, you know, okay, it's fine. It's more or less this is the price. So then it becomes a standard. So now where the industry is headed is like, can we have more and more of these commodity marketplaces and actually have them operate? So then you can think that what will go away? Your all sourcing, need for sourcing will go away to that much. The leverage between the buyer and the supplier will go away. Why is there negotiation? Because there is something between me and you, right? What is that? You don't know what is on this side. And yeah? Yeah, you don't have that insight. There is a wall, there is a something that is, there is a lack of transparency, right? So now we're getting into systems that are giving you that insight. So imagine now what we said in the sourcing process. We said we will do spend analysis on that category, we will go and check the market supply, we can do analysis. So you are trying to study on your own. This is what commodity managers are doing. But this is not an easy process. So this knowledge is in your head. Or when you have tools, you start to put this information in tools. But the day you go, you kind of, the company loses that knowledge. So, and also this is a slow, this is just relying on, let's say, you as a commodity manager and your competence, and just trusting that maybe you are an expert, that's it. But is it the true insight for the company? Maybe not. Maybe that person last checked prices, or is probably not even checking prices, or maybe he doesn't know other ways to know the right price. So now tools are there that give you the pricing intelligence, that give you the market insight, and you will again see this. So I will, Anna, how much time I have? Yeah? Now? In how much time? Okay, so what is the time right now? Okay, it's 2 o'clock? Sorry. So are we late for lunch? Why? You guys are so polite. You did not mention. I was wondering, there is something missing, but it feels like a longer session, but okay. Okay, but I am sorry. I mean, it's a lunch at Ritz. We should have the lunch. And we can come back, and 2:30 we have a session. So please, I apologize for the delay. I got carried away. So this is again the passion in procurement, but I'll stop right away. And for the people who are streaming, we will be back at 2:30 with a session on from IBM on the best practices across source to pay from a BPO perspective. Thank you.
check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Russ, Russ. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, 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 check. One, two, one, two, one, two. Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check.
Well, first, we want to remain invested because the economic cycle continues, earnings are going to be healthy, and cash rates are still going to be very low. So it's not profitable to sit in cash. We need a yield pickup, so we see value in emerging market corporate bonds and in high yield, and in the equity market we see that upside. But we will need to obviously manage that volatility by being
1 2 check 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 ras dua 1 2
Hi, Mayank, I can hear you. No problem, Mayank. Take your time. Perfect. No problem. Take your time.
We need to introduce Kritika, and she's just going to speak, so she doesn't need a slide, but we need to start.
Yeah, just give me.
She's already on.
Yeah, just give me a second. Full screen. Okay.
Okay. How do we introduce her?
Okay. What are your slides? This one, yeah?
Yeah.
No, these are the slides.
Oh.
I mean, your next slide. Which one is it? Like when she finishes.
Okay. No, sorry, but let's introduce her. We'll introduce her
With no slide, yeah?
I
Or you
I,
have a
I,
slide?
I have it. I have it. Let me. One second, Kritika.
A speaker.
Yes. So, you want to introduce her, or should I do it?
Better
Okay.
you. I'm
Okay,
not
fine.
vocally ready.
Kritika, we're ready now. Let me introduce you to everyone. Hi guys, can I
Perfect.
have
And Mayank,
attention in the
just
room?
your video's not on. Like, I don't see the video on your side.
You're audible, Kritika?
Sorry, Mayank?
Yeah. Okay. So, hi everyone. Sorry for a bit of a delay because I delayed lunch for everyone. So we're back live now, and we have a very special speaker. We have Kritika from Canada, and she's the IBM's America's BPO leader, and she's had a long flourishing career in procurement. And she's going to talk to us about the source to pay practices from a shared service perspective, and she's not going to present any slides, but she's going to have a talk with all of us. So yeah, let's clap for her. I know you're remote, but let's have a round of applause for you. So, so over to you, Kritika, and I will put you on screen.
Excellent. Thank you, Mayank. Good afternoon, team. It's a pleasure to get to spend a few minutes with you this afternoon. I understand from Mayank you've had a very exciting agenda thus far. Let me start by introducing myself. Kritika Parthasarathi. I'm the America's delivery leader for procurement services as part of IBM's consulting practice. That involves responsibility for delivering source-to-pay services for our clients across the United States, Canada, as well as Latin America. And as you can imagine, with a corporation the size of IBM's and in the consulting arena, we have the opportunity to globally invest ourselves in working with centers of excellences around the world, which includes, Asia Pacific, Europe, and most specifically, the Middle Eastern region, as well as our India hubs. I apologize for not being able to be there with you in person today, but it's a pleasure to be able to join you virtually. I'll take a minute to describe my career path to you, and then I'd like to actually walk the team through source-to-pay procurement and what that journey entails, right? So I've had the privilege of being in this profession for a little over 20 years right now. Started right out of my undergraduate studies and was actually able to join the transformation of procurement from a technology perspective. So really, how do you implement an ERP system end to end from a source to pay standpoint, leverage the functionality within it, and then how do you optimize procurement operations, right? So from Mayank, I understand the afternoon is going to be focused on talking about procure to pay, which is really, PR requisition through PO processing and what that entails and how pivotal that is to actually driving the policy and the objectives of a procurement organization. So I spent a few years in that realm trying to understand how process is created, standardized in accordance with policies that are established. And then from there, I actually moved to having an opportunity to set up our centers of excellence from an IBM perspective. So spent a couple of years in India, in China, and then as well in Budapest to replicate and set up centers of excellence that are going to be focused on P2P operations. I then had an opportunity to spend a few years from a strategic sourcing perspective supporting categories like facilities management, IT, professional services, and then was able to spend a few years in our commercial procurement arena. And that's really where we're delivering source-to-pay services for our clients that have outsourced their indirect procurement and often lately their direct procurement to IBM to deliver, or consulting partners similar to us, right? Whether that's Accenture, GEP, et cetera, in the marketplace. Went back into internal procurement for a few years and was able to support globally categories such as IT, corporate professional services, data center, design and construction, facilities, and then came back to our commercial practice in 2016. And it's been a privilege to be a part of this for the last 6 years as we've cultivated more cognitive elements into what we're doing today. So let me take a few minutes to explain to the team what that actually means, right? Traditional procurement, if we go back a few years or even where most organizations are today, is focused very much on looking at the operational elements, right? So how does order desk operate? How do you receive orders and requests from our clients, from our stakeholders within an organization? How do you process those requests? The speed of processing those requests has a significant focus, right? But I think if we step back for a second, what most organizations miss is how much of that process is actually leaked within different areas, right? So when we talk about compliance or adherence to policy, one of the main things we need to focus on is really understanding what is driving that organization. What do I mean by that? Are we in a mode where we're talking about cost savings? The focus is on cost savings, reducing expenses, driving efficiency from a processing perspective. Or is the organization in a growth mode? And what that means is they actually can't keep up with the demand from a sales side, right? And depending on the industry that a client is based in or the organization you're working with is based in, they're going to pivot to if they're in a growth mode or an entrepreneurship mode where they have, various different investments that have been made and we're trying to attain that. Or is it in a more low margin area from an industry perspective? You're working on cost savings, cost reduction, right? So as a procurement professional, you're in a very unique position. Outside of sales organizations that exist in most companies, you are the only other function in an organization that is external facing, right? So our sales teams, of course, are working with the market and clients to sell, to generate more revenue. But the procurement organization uniquely is positioned externally within the supplier base, right? So if you can understand which are the goals associated with the organization, as I mentioned, whether it's cost savings or from an entrepreneurship perspective, diversification, or alternatively, the growth is just so immense, right? If we look at today, healthcare, pharmaceutical, even natural resources, we get into areas such as sustainable energy. These are all industries that are growing at an exponential rate, right? And if you're part of procurement organizations or supporting that vision in those organizations, you really need to be able to adapt your strategy to accommodate to that. What does that mean? Let's go back a little bit, right? The beginning of engagement from a procurement perspective is really around strategic sourcing, right? That's generally the trigger point for most of us. So you have a stakeholder within an organization that has a particular need or demand. And the one thing we have to remember is to be versatile, right? So indirect procurement It really relates to whether it's products or services that an organization is buying to support what it is that they're taking to market. And direct, as I'm sure Mayank and the team have worked over with you or your experience has shared, is actually something that goes into what an organization is either manufacturing or delivering as a service. Either way, you're going to have a significant amount of demand that comes through. You go to market. But part of what we need to understand when we're sourcing strategically, whether it's a means of an RFX, RFP, direct negotiation, is what is the end goal and what is our buying power in the marketplace. And if we can understand both of those elements, you can pivot what your sourcing strategy is to match what that need is, right? And you start from there. You move into the next element of it that you know that applies. Once you've identified who your supplier is, what your strategy is going to be, the next element of it that's most essential and where a lot of organizations fail, they do excellent at the strategic sourcing piece, leveraging their market interest, but they tend to fail at the execution piece, right? Which when we talk about getting from negotiated savings to realized savings, and we talk about driving compliance in an organization, it's this middle step that matters. That includes a few different things. And if you look at industry today, the term is actually digital middle office, right? Put aside the digital. Digital is automating anything and enabling with technology or process. But the middle office piece, that is everything from establishing your procurement contracts, identifying what terms and conditions should be in there, what are the service level agreements or KPIs, key performance indicators, that should be measured to ensure from a sustainable perspective you're realizing the benefit of the contracts that you're putting in place, right? The next element of that is, how do you actually set up your payment structure? You don't want to be an organization that is sitting with a significant pool of individuals and people, or that is sitting with a lot of risk associated with issuing a one-off payment, right? And the best way I can describe it is if you look at your own personal household building that occurs, right? So you have a number of bills that come in, you have a number of requirements from, talk about groceries or day-to-day bills for your household. Most of us sit back and see, how can we consolidate these expenses so we have the least amount of charges and we're leveraging our money with one or two vendors. Same approach from a business perspective when it actually gets into order issuance and order management. You want to be able to limit the number of vendors you're dealing with and limit the type of purchases you're making and the mechanism with which you make it, right? That takes us into elements like catalog buying, hands-free buying. Do you have a punch-out or a host-in catalog? Do you enable elements such as robotics process automation as part of it? What does that really entail? It means the ordering is happening automatically. Where we're able to do that, we're able to really maximize what we're putting in place from a strategic sourcing perspective, the contracts, the pricing that you have in place. The next element of that, if you really follow through that story, so we've talked about the strategic sourcing piece, we've talked about the order execution piece, it's really coming along payments, right? And that's where a lot of procurement organizations fall off because we've negotiated a contract, we've established it with the supplier, we've now issued the order, our job is done and we're passing it back. But like anything else in life, if you're not able to follow that storyline back or tie that picture back in, then you're not truly getting to where you're realizing savings or driving transformation or efficiency in the process, right? So we need to pause there for a minute. It's when we talk about compliance, it's getting into elements such as a 3-point check and verification. So does the contract match the purchase order you issued, match the invoice that you've released to the supplier? Where you're able to have that 3-point verification, it's where you can ensure compliance. If you negotiated a 10% savings on your contract, you know that the company and the individuals ordering and requesting those orders are matching to what you were able to negotiate. Thus, your orders are able to go out the door matching to that. And you can actually confirm back to your CFO what the benefit and the value is that your organization is delivering to the marketplace. That's a very powerful statement where you're able to wrap that entire story around and come back with that messaging. That also enables you to understand where there's leakage from a strategy perspective or a sourcing strategy perspective, or policy or sourcing strategy perspective. So when you don't have the spend actually flowing through the designated suppliers and contracts, it's what we call tail spend management or maverick spend management, right? And it allows you to have that focus to then turn it around and establish what needs to be changed, whether it's policy, strategy, or actual compliance within how your ordering mechanism is. All those three elements need to be reviewed to drive that, right? And that gives an organization visibility and insight into the actual efficiency of what they're able to put in place, right? From a resource perspective, do we have the right skills? And then from an education, training, and change management perspective, are the right mechanisms being outloaded, right? If I pause there and come back to the story, there's other elements across that source to pay perspective as well. We talk about requirements such as automation in today's day and age, right? And it can be a very, very cumbersome topic to get into and a very intimidating topic to get into for most organizations. But automation doesn't necessarily mean an entire technology shift, right? What we need to really look at is, are there repetitive tasks that take place on an ongoing basis? And if as a team, no matter which element of that source to pay you're engaged in, if you can identify repetitive tasks, those yield themselves to an opportunity for us to drive robotics process automation, right? And as long as you can identify a few streams of repetitive tasks from a day-to-day perspective in how you're engaging, it allows you to leverage that. What does that mean? Most people would sit back and say, okay, if I automate my role or if I find opportunities to do that, it means I'm displacing myself. It absolutely doesn't, and I want to reassure the team of that. If you're able to identify opportunities to automate specific tasks, what that will actually yield to is the ability to then elevate the type of workload that you're delivering within the organization, within the team. It gives you an opportunity then to step back and look at that leakage of spend or leakage from a policy perspective and drive what you need from a strategy standpoint. Because if you're not able to make that bandwidth in time, then we're often, as a procurement organization, very reactive to what the demands of our stakeholders are, right? They have a need that they're driving to us, we're reacting to that need and we're issuing orders. But if we want to elevate ourselves within the organization, we need the opportunity to create that bandwidth, and operational efficiency gives you that opportunity to then drive and influence that strategy, right? And if I step back today, there's a couple of key areas we need to focus on as procurement organizations. Sustainability is one of them. Very broad topic, one that everybody touches on in today's day and age, and it really breaks out into environmental and social responsibility, right? From an environmental perspective, are you selecting the right suppliers that are going to support your mission and vision as an organization when it comes to environmental sustainability? And are the policies that those suppliers driving elements that are point in time? Are they truly integrated into how that organization is delivering that product or service today? The other thing that's critical and important there is, how are you measuring that from a lifetime performance perspective with that supplier, right? So, you know, most organizations, if we go back a few years ago, we'll talk about elements of sustainability attributed to, you know, we changed all the lights in our facility and we're using very efficient lights. We are measuring our carbon footprint, right? But today, in 2022, and as we look beyond, it is really important to, how are they on an ongoing basis managing their carbon footprint, right? And what that means is, how is the measurement happening? How are the credits tracked? How is it upstream and downstream documented? And then how is that rolling back into what the suppliers are providing for you? As procurement experts, you're in a very, very unique position to be able to influence such a integral topic in today's society, right? No matter which industry you touch, sustainability has become, you know, front and foremost of that platform. And influencing where each dollar of money an organization invests goes and how that will drive a sustainable world is a very unique position and a privileged position, in my opinion, right? So I think as procurement professionals, when you make those decisions as who you're awarding dollars to, if you can embed in that part of your strategy sustainability, it is pivotal. And then it also needs to become part of the story when you talk about vendor management or supplier management. So on an ongoing basis over that 2, 3, 5-year term, how are you measuring that? No different than you would measure their performance against savings, against SLAs or KPIs, so service level agreements or key performance indicators, whatever it is that you're measuring for that particular contract, sustainability needs to be a key element of it as well. And we need to learn what those measures actually are. ESG being one of them, right? So when we talk about environmental social governance, there's very specific thing governments are measuring to be able to demonstrate that. And if you can influence that, then when it comes at an organizational perspective, you're also driving how much they become attractive to clients that are looking to buy from your organization as well, when they measure this element as part of what they're awarding to. And I'll touch on one more topic and then open for Q&A, right? And this is around supply chain. Supply chains, of course, existed for hundreds of years, well beyond when we actually started to scope procurement specifically. But more and more as we get into 2022 and beyond, given the crisis we're coming out of with the pandemic, the ability to drive a procurement strategy that influences upstream. By upstream, I mean areas of supply chain like inventory management, order processing, order acknowledgement with suppliers, right? The ability to determine what exactly are the right inventory volumes that you need to keep your operation lean, but ensure you have the right lead times to be able to deliver to dynamically changing client requirements. And then the downstream aspect, which is really order acknowledgement. Did you receive the requirements in time? Your warranty around those requirements, right? Especially in the area of direct procurement and elements such as logistics and fleet. This is becoming more and more important. As we come out of the pandemic, there's a surge in demand from organizations across industry, but a significant inability for manufacturing partners to be able to meet that surge in demand, right? Especially in growth regions when we look at, Middle East and Africa, in certain areas in Europe and Latin America, we're seeing a significant drive in this because of the fact that most organizations significantly tapered back on their buying needs and their commitments to suppliers when the pandemic was initially experienced, and now we're trying to recover from that. And of course, every organization is driving to meet utmost revenue, right? So how can you influence that? As a procurement professional, you influence it by making sure that you're measuring your suppliers to the right requirements, by you're making yourself attractive, right? So having money in your wallet and going out to the market is one thing when every vendor in the market wants the dollar in your wallet. But today we're in an era where there's multiple people with dollars in their wallet and there's only a subset of vendors. So how do you make your organization attractive to those vendors or suppliers? That's going to be a key thing that differentiates the future of procurement, right? And that's going to be essential based on your ability to sell your organization and the sustained growth of it in the marketplace. So I'll pause there, Mayank and team, and happy to open it up for questions or share more in a specific area.
Yeah, 1 second, Kritika, if you can hear me.
I hear you perfectly, no problem.
Okay, great. So firstly, thanks a lot for the session and for the perspective, and I think it was very well synced with, I was literally talking about procurement, buying before this and P2P, and then you jumped in into this. So yeah, please guys, feel free to come and ask your questions and or to grab a mic. I think Kritika can hear you. We'll do a brief Q&A and then we'll get on to the next session. Feel free to ask questions, guys. Sir. Yes, please feel free.
General, even not within the...
Use the mic, yes.
Even not within the subject she just said, let's say, I want to ask about the dynamic discount. It's okay, it's general question. It's any harm if I ask about something not into the subject? She just talk about it?
You can ask the question. I think she can anyway answer.
Okay, you know about the dynamic discount, okay? When we reach to analyze the payment or how much to spend, Is there is any possibility to make discount after issuing the LPO? Let's say the amount of the invoice 10,000 and the amount of the LPO 10,000, and for some reason in the delivery time or in the quantity, there is in procurement law, it's possible that we can make discount after issuing the LPO? Allowed?
Absolutely. So
And just for your information, I am salesperson.
no problem. So thank you very much. So dynamic discounting is a very, very interesting topic, right? And so, overall, broadly, my answer would be yes, absolutely. Even after a PO is issued, depending on what factors are driving it. So if, say, delivery date is delayed, right? Or the volume is not being able to be delivered by the customer. So we order 100 units as an example, and 75 units are delivered and 25 units are late to be delivered. Alternatively, there's warranty issues, right? Or other issues associated with quality or delivery. Then we can absolutely, you have the opportunity to go back. Now, in most cases, I would recommend when you're putting contracts in place or statements of work in place with the supplier, ensure that you have levers in there that allow you to shift and change for dynamic discounting based on these factors. But even if you do not have that contract or statement of work up front, the market is a very, very open market right now, right? And I think negotiation comes down to equity and fairness. And if you're able to document what the challenges are from a client perspective, most suppliers you will find will be adaptive to it. So yes, it can be done after a purchase order is issued. But once again, I go back to my comment, right? To ensure efficiency, and when you're talking about resources, the time that they spend to negotiate and put these things in place, I would highly recommend that you have levers in there in advance, right? That allow you to measure the quality of what a supplier is providing so that the discounting happens automatically. And you can ingrain it into your process, right? And it can be an element of that. So if an invoice comes in and only partial order was provided, X% discount ends up being applicable to it. Of course, when you talk about upfront dynamic discounting, one of the main things is from a scope of work perspective, right? To be able to establish what is going to drive that. You don't want it to be, historically, it's been very singular vision, right? And we've measured based on, really volume has been the measure for dynamic discounting in the past. But today, you really have to look at it from a multifaceted perspective. What else is of value to the organization? Whether it's speed, quality. If you look at certain categories in the services area, right? It can be quality of the resource delivering the service, and then actual completion of the service and the satisfactory level of it can also be involved in establishing a percentage off of whatever list price you've agreed to. So I'll pause there, and please let me know if I answered it or if you have a specific follow-on.
Yes, thank you very much, really.
My pleasure.
And my colleague, he want to ask question.
What I hear in the lecture that you advise to apply something as 80-20 rule on the vendor list. So how could that add value, or why do you recommend to use this methodology particularly?
I apologize. Mayank, I don't know if you're in the room, but the question didn't come across clear. Could you repeat it for me, please?
Yes, of course. What I hear during your lecture that you advise to apply something as 80-20 rule, where we have to eliminate the small suppliers or focus on the most 20 who are.
Let me just repeat so I make sure I'm answering it correctly, right? We're talking about the traditional 80-20 rule to make sure that we're maintaining supplier leverage. Is that correct?
Yeah, so how that could add value, or why do we have to follow this methodology?
So this is a bit controversial, right? I would say this is my more personal view versus a corporate view. I think in today's day and age, the 80-20 rule has gone away, right? And what I mean by that is, historically you wanted to make sure if you were spending, say as an organization, $1 million, that 800,000 of those went to your core vendors, and you keep driving it to that core vendor base to make sure you maximize your savings. What we're finding today is that what we're buying is constantly changing as an organization, right? Because you're deciding make versus buy, you're entering into new markets and new areas as an organization. So what you're buying is changing. You're not buying the same thing every day, every month, and every year. And therefore that 80-20 rule is really changing, right? And it's no longer as relevant as it used to be. Now, it's still important. You don't want to grow, if you have $1 million, you don't want to go from spending it with 500 suppliers to spending it with 1,500 suppliers, because the less you spend with one particular supplier, the less leverage you have. But in the same token, I think it's really important for us as procurement professionals to think about what we're buying, because a startup or a venture capital might have a better ability to deliver what we're looking for at a better price than going traditionally to the large vendors and spending it with them in order to keep our supplier or vendor base small, right? One of the other things we really need to look at is more and more integrators have advanced themselves, right? So, does it make sense to go to an integrator that can provide the end-to-end service? So give you the product and the warranty and the installation, or on the service side, provide you the service and the warranty and the follow-on service as you adapt to it, right? And you have to balance yourself. So, incorporating integrators into your vendor base or consolidators will let you keep your vendor base smaller, but it still allows you from a tier 2 perspective to tap into the market of new opportunities, right? New vendors and new opportunities, because if you want to stay innovative as an organization, you have to show that you're partnering with those new areas. Otherwise you become, call it antiquated very quickly. So I hope that answered your question, or let me know if you have a follow-on, please.
Yes, I did. Thank you for your contribution.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from anyone? Otherwise, we'll let Kritika go. Okay, thanks a ton, Kritika, and especially from where you're doing the session. There's a big round of applause for you.
Thank you, team. All the best with the rest of your session. Wish you all the best.
Thank you. Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
It was good.
So we continue. Whenever we get an external speaker, it just allows you to also hear another perspective. Otherwise, you'll hear me all day. So that's why. And yeah, like Kritika, for example, has got 20 plus years experience and, leading procurement services for IBM. You get to work with some of the biggest clients in the world and transform their operations. So she was giving you that perspective. But it is really basics that is then, as you are into it, you expand and learn more. So this I mentioned to you briefly before the session, but now we'll go in a bit more detail for this. Yes, thank you. Although I don't know what to do, but it's okay. Which? Okay. All right. Okay. This one. Okay, so we have it now. So the different buying channels we spoke about. Okay, very good. Thank you very much. It's a bit far. Okay. I don't need to point out. When I need to point out, I'll use it. But, okay. So these are the different buying channels. This is just to put in front of you. We talked about catalogs. So within catalogs also, there are different kinds of methods. So you can have that as a buying channel, but there are different methods you can have. So what is a hosted catalog? A hosted catalog is when you, as a buyer, have a catalog. Like you said, you did a contract and you loaded a catalog, and or even if, let's say, Supplier has pushed it from their portal, but it's really your catalog. Like it's a catalog dedicated to you as a buyer or your organization. So it's a hosted catalog. A punch-out catalog is slightly different. Punch-out is where, like, for example, you enter your buying system, but you punch out to a different external website, like, for example, Dell.com. So that is a external, that's a punch-out catalog. There's more technicality to the punch-out as well. There are different kind of punch-outs, but probably let's not go in that detail. There's also partial and parametric catalog. So this is again where you can specify some information, and based on those parameters, the catalog has its own things. For simple example could be, let's say, t-shirt size. It's a t-shirt costs, let's say, $20, but a large is available, a different size or something, and maybe it has a different price, or maybe some input leads to a different spec. So those are those. What is spot buy? So spot buy is like when you're buying on the spot. So this is the marketplace catalog we talked about. So this is rather than being a catalog hosted by you or a catalog that you're punching out to. This is just catalogs that are hosted that you can also buy from, but you are not hosting them. They are on some marketplace. You connect to that marketplace. Like you could connect to Amazon, eBay, some marketplace. And this is also very important for you. You know why? Because more and more, as we are getting these commodities standardized, there is actually no need to have internal catalogs. There are teams who have 300, 400 people just uploading catalogs. It is a complete waste. It is really something that they shouldn't be doing, when you can easily go to a catalog that's on the marketplace. It depends if they have some really unique items, and even then, if those are items provided by suppliers to other people as well, then they would just host them on their side and can push them to different buyers. So it does not make sense in this day and age for companies to have 300-400 people just doing catalog administration. Industry is clearly moving towards marketplaces. These marketplaces have the credibility, people trust them, and they control the price. So if you're buying from the marketplace, more or less, you know that's a fair price. Then what is this free text with collaboration and without collaboration? So this is, we did the example where you just write a free text requisition, meaning you write freely what you want, it's not in a catalog, and then you get an answer. With collaboration is where you are also, like the example of tactical sourcing I gave you, where 3 bids and a buy were happening within the tool. This is that. So you are collaborating with the supplier from within your requisition, which is free text, but you're getting quotes back and forth. So that's with collaboration. Then the contract compliance, it has different types. That, you know, you can have a contract compliance contract, but you can still mandate that somebody needs to actually have a purchase order to spend against it. Or you could have this blanket purchase order is like a contract, is a type of contract only, and you have certain conditions to spend. Then service POs, which are basically when you're ordering not goods but services. And when you do services, you also have, when you don't do a good receipt, you do what is called as a timesheet or a service entry sheet. That's what you do. So that's another channel. And then there are invoice-only channels. So there are places where you can't really raise a PO. For example, or I'll let you ask, can you give me an example where it's going to be invoice-only? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, same answer? What is that? Yeah. Well, cash payment, that's different. Utilities, of course, like you're not raising a requisition for utilities or tax or something, you're just paying the invoice. And then e-forms, these are basically buying forms. These are like customizable forms because you don't want just free text, you want to tailor a certain form. For example, I want to hire, let's say, an HR manager. So I don't want a simple free text requisition. I want a form which has a criteria, some experience, has a place to add an attachment for a job spec, could be whatever, you know. So these are forms that you can customize for each category or subcategory of purchase. Then it improves the buying experience on your side. So again, the reason to make you aware is that you should just know that these things exist, that these are things that are possible that you could do. And until you see them, you will not think of them. So now, let's say now with that understanding, so we covered the whole source to pay as a process. So now we're thinking more on performance. And let's talk about, you know, what kind of objectives you have, right? And then based on that objective is what you will drive your strategy on. That is something that, and it's a balance, right? More value versus more cost. What is it that you are looking at? Sometimes as a procurement department, you're looking at cost savings. How can I minimize cost? And sometimes you're looking at how can I drive more value? So I may spend more, but spending in this relationship helps. Spending or doing some product innovation helps. So you're spending, but you are basically creating more value for the company. And I think this is why we were talking about earlier, procurement skills are actually very wide. So, you know, if you are a procurement professional, I think you should feel good about yourself, definitely. Because you've really naturally or unconsciously acquired many skills. Yeah, you're clapping for yourself? Might as well. Have a round of applause for the procurement people. Yeah, you should feel good about yourself. So yeah, really, these skills are something you acquire over time. So now we do have an opportunity for, we have now I will not lose track of time. We have 1 hour, or we have 1 hour 15 minutes before we have the external speaker, right? So what we need to talk about now is procurement performance, and I would like to ask you again for volunteers to come on the panel, because we'll do a question answer round. The other way to do it is we could do it for each group, but if 4 people want to come on the stage, I want to really ask about specifically procurement performance. And I would like that the 4 people who came earlier probably give other 4 people a chance. So someone else. Yes, please, Amar. So these are not tough questions, right? So you can come. Please. Please. Okay, thank you very much. So let's do the same again. You've got the mic. So first, please introduce yourself, and then then I will ask you the question. So let's go one by one.
Yeah, hi. This is Mayank.
Hello everyone, this is Hazem Saeed.
Hello, good afternoon. Ahmed Allan.
Hi, this is Tarun Gandhi.
Okay, so your mic comes back. Yeah. So let's start with Amar. He's from PepsiCo, and you run the supply chain, right, for PepsiCo. So I want to ask you, so both as a manager as well as a procurement professional, how is performance driven in your procurement function? Do you have clear KPIs? No, it's for you to start.
So the procurement performance is measured based on different KPIs. One of them is for sure the cost saving. So there is a saving target for the what we call the structural cost, and the other saving target for the tactical cost. The other KPI is about supplier concentration, where we have a supplier database, and we need to make sure that the active supplier list is covering all that we need, but as well that it's not oversized. So supplier concentration, or concentrating the volume of business with key and challenging supplier, is one of the KPIs. The third one is the total cost of ownership, which is the price, the quality, and the delivery. So we have a target for that as well. The fourth KPI is about the supplier mapping, where we need to make sure that we are, for each and every family subcategory, that we have a sufficient number of suppliers, and that is in response to the supplier assessment and the evaluation that we are doing, and we are mitigating all the risks that can be on the supplier side, or on the raw material side, or any other risk that, like increase of fuel price. Now we all know the challenges that we have in logistics, and the prices of transportation, the unavailability of containers, everything like that. So we have to make the evaluation and make sure that we are mitigating all kind of risk. So this is the major KPIs that we have in procurement function.
Okay, Thank you very much. So we can probably pass the mic around. So Mayank, why don't you take it?
Yeah. So the procurement performance is primarily can be taken into two: procurement function performance, and one is the procurement people performance. So the function performance is overall, as already mentioned, there are quite a large number of KPIs around there in terms of cost, in terms of pipeline, in terms of availability. Another important point is in terms of the fulfillment rate, right? So you have a requirement which is fluctuating all the time. So how much of it is being fulfilled by your team or by a supplier? How many times you have supply shortage? That's one parameter. From the partner, from the supplier ecosystem perspective, there are internal targets in terms of supplier development. So a lot of organization, they go back and do audits of their suppliers, and then they rate them in terms of how good they are among different parameters of quality, cost, time of delivery, sustainability, etc. So each of the category managers is given their own targets in terms of development of the suppliers. They go train the suppliers, take help from the internal company resources, go to the supplier and train them, develop them for for a win-win situation on a later date. So these are the couple of other things I need to add.
Sure. Thank you. So maybe your side, Amit. So what
yeah,
do you
so
see?
I think I'll give a slightly different perspective. I'm not from procurement, by the way. So I manage the technology cost and supplier management. So I kind of act as a bridge between the procurement guys as well as the technology folk. So I think more from an expectation setting, because I think Mayank summed it up very well in terms of what are the KPIs. What we expect procurement to do is the agility, the speed to market, because I mean, today we have requirements. If it takes 3 months just to close out a procurement-driven activity, it pretty much doesn't add value to it, or either the cost will go up or there is no more the requirement of that. So agility in terms of how do we get the procurement done is very important. The second big piece is understanding what is exactly the requirement. So for certain commoditized things, it is very easy. Everybody knows, okay, how to buy a stationery, so on and so forth. However, if we are talking about technology per se, not everybody understands what is technology, what are the mechanics in terms of how could you have a contract which is flexible enough in terms of generating that value as you've talked about, and how do you ensure that you are building a cost optimized strategy. So I think understanding, getting that in-depth understanding of what are you going to buy is very important, and where procurement should also be focusing. And all this typically happens through a collaborative way. So if you work in an agile manner where you have the requester, procurement, finance, somebody from the cost and supply management team collaboratively working on a strategic contract or a strategic sourcing, I think that's what adds value to it. So that would be my take on this.
And maybe we'll ask you slightly differently unless you want to. So both comment on the individual performance, but also from a CPO perspective. What are kind of the key metrics for performance? How does a CPO see performance in your company?
Well, actually, in healthcare sector, I'm always repeating that the sales organization, they have aggressive competition with another supplier, while the procurement or supply chain, they have competition with the time. So we have to ensure always the deliverables to our customers according to the time agreed with them. So the turnaround time of fulfilling the orders and fulfilling the customer demands is really essential. And for me, it's more than the cost itself, because to keep your customers always satisfied, this is one of the key success you can achieve. So the efficiency is the key. So when we are talking about the efficiency, it's okay, less cost, less resources, and I want to say less time, with ensuring the equality itself without affecting the quality. So in healthcare, to be honest, we are dealing with patients. So it's about patient life and society also. So we always keen to ensure all our deliverables on time, without any delay. Even if the customers or hospitals, they put the some of them, they have penalty system. So we don't care about the penalty while we are talking about the patients themselves.
Okay, no, that's a great, great perspective, right? That so for you, continuity of supply, the time to market, you know, how quickly you get stuff, making sure stuff is always available. Those
Yeah,
things
I remember during this pandemic, you know, the regulations in UAE or other countries, the price, I remember it was 300 something for the test, then it was reduced to 150, then it was reduced to 80. So all the involved parties, from the manufacturers, the suppliers, they should be very agile and adaptive according to the regulations in worldwide. Otherwise, all of the involved parties, they will be loser for sure.
Okay. No, that's great. So you all gave really great points. I want to understand individually from your own career point of view, do you set yourself performance goals?
Sorry, again?
Do you set yourself performance goals in the procurement function? I know you're slightly out, but do you set yourself goals in performance, or could be skilling? What kind of goals do you set for yourself? Or
yeah, actually, to be honest with my current employer, we have personal objectives as well as sectional objectives aligned with the corporate objectives. So, all of our agreements with our principals and international suppliers, we have also equality objectives before we sign the distribution agreement. So you should not go to the work every Monday nowadays without having your to-do list on weekly basis. I don't want to say monthly basis, but at least weekly basis, to plan your objectives and how you will help your corporate to achieve the corporate objectives, right? So yes, we have, for me, I have really, with my amazing team, we have sectional objectives. We review it on monthly basis, and also it's aligned with our company culture. So we have behavioral competencies and surveys we do on quarterly basis as well as monthly basis for our performance and the objectives.
How about for you?
Yes, we get the overall objectives from the company guidelines, mission, and vision. And this is cascaded top down. So for example, part of the company vision is sustainability, is about sustainability. So when we talk about procurement, we embed this in our KPIs. For example, to reduce the carbon emission, to a partnership with suppliers whom are using solar panel, for example, to reduce carbon emission or to be carbon emission neutral, and to stop using plastics. So for the stationery, for the things like that, as much as we can, to try to replace it with a reusable material instead of plastic. So this is part of sustainability, and we integrate it in our KPIs.
But can I ask you here, as these goals on sustainability, how effective is it? Are you in actually achieving these? And it would be good if you can throw some more light on it.
Yeah, for sure. So, for example, when we are talking about sustainability, the use of solar panel and LED lights instead of the normal headlights. So we have partnerships with strategic suppliers. Like, for example, when we are talking about warehousing, we have major 3PL partners in UAE, for example, we have Airlink, and with this partnership, we managed to replace all the lights to LED light and to have a PPE model, which is the purchase power agreement, where they install the when we have a partner to install solar panels for the supplier, it's not on our cost, and to buy back the electricity generated from solar, and this will reduce the carbon emission as well, will reduce the consumption that we are paying in utility bills. So it's a mutual agreement, and this will enhance our cost and the supplier cost as well.
So maybe one last question, and any one of you feel free to take up. The entry-level employees in your company, interns, or let's say just junior-level employees, what kind of goals are set for them?
So, as far as my experience goes over here, first of all, making somebody at the entry level understanding the concept of goal and achieving them in itself is a little far-fetched, whatever we may set it. Primarily, per se, when somebody is coming out of college, having a clear understanding of what procurement function in itself takes some time. I don't. I mean, I went into an organization where I was doing procurement function right out of college. It took me 6 months to even understand, what procurement is all about. So I don't think setting any set of an it is more the objectives typically are functional, as I said, sectional driven. Whatever is part of the team is a little bit given to them. But I think for initial 3 to 4 quarters, the interns or the new joiners are given the task to get themselves into at least 3, 4, 5 different categories, right? So that they then over a next couple of years they'll be able to pick one category and start delivering. I think that's my take on it.
Actually, we do like workshops with the entry-level members, and one of our cultures, there is no manager and follower. We are all work together, and all we know our commitment to the customers, our mission and vision, and the core values of our corporate. So to be honest, with all of the team, the entry level, to be honest, they are the key factor of the success of any company, because they are the backbone of the company and they work day and night. But you should always update them as leaders and as manager, to update them with your commitment with the customers, if there is any changes happened, etc. So with the weekly or monthly workshops and awareness and education to the entry level, for sure you will achieve what you are looking for.
Last words, Amit.
So I think for us, when I talk about entry level, I think anybody who's joining a team or an organization and he's coming in new when we started as professionals, I think what gives more clarity is if we clearly lay down what are the processes, what are we ultimately out here to achieve. I think that's what more is important. So clear processes, what needs to be done, what are we going to achieve, and how does that add value to the organization is something very important. So if that has been fed into the early learnings or the early stages of any employee joining an organization, I think that helps. And also, it has also been driven by inclusivity. If you are including them in certain strategic projects, even if they're starting off and they're just shadowing you on that particular project, I think you tend to learn a lot faster and better, and you get more clarity around it.
Okay, thank you very much for these questions. So can we give these 4 gentlemen a round of applause, please? So yeah, I asked these questions because I was kind of laying the stage for how you drive performance in a company, but I really wanted to hear, especially here in the UAE, how you are, companies are measuring performance and how they drive performance, how they drive high performance teams. So I think, yeah, you all mentioned a lot of key points and some things that I really heard even first time myself. Like I never thought about hospitals, for example, that way, in that much detail ever. So yeah, so there are definitely some very high level KPIs, like a doctor. Like you can just check the blood pressure and, you know, just check the temperature and know, okay, what's the health of the person. Like that in procurement, you can literally have some very high level KPIs and you can literally in seconds know the health or the maturity of the organization. So let's start with those. So any guesses for what are those? Like you literally see them and you know where the company stands. Sorry? Okay, PR to PO processing time. It's a bit tactical. It's, you can't just know how good. Okay, fine. You can know something about them, but what's the top thing? What do you think the CPO would look at? Cost of goods sold. Okay. Okay. Like the TCO. Okay. What else? I mean, if a CPO sees a dashboard, what is he looking for? Okay, yeah. I mean, clearly, cost optimization is one of the top goals for the CPO. You know, no matter how many years the industry is moving forward, they want to reduce cost. Always, always one of the key goals. Sorry, say that again, please. Okay, okay. But what's the KPI? Well, like, what would they look in the dashboard? On-time delivery of what? Okay, savings generated. What else? Sorry. Okay. Of what? Okay, fine. Okay. Which is now? Okay. So let's, yeah. See, very high level. And I don't know if any one of you said this. So what's the spend under management? As a CPO, you are seeing what's the spend under management. Like that's, I think, one of your key metrics to know that what is my procurement team handling and what is not under my influence as a CPO. Okay, so very high spend under management shows a good sign at least, right? If the spend under management is low, you know that. What's my spend with top suppliers? How much am I spending with my top 20%, top 10%? Am I spending 80%, 90% or no? Or do I have a big tail? So these are like at least two top level. And then spend under contracts. It's similar to spend under management, but slightly different. What's my spend under contracts? So you know that, so you see these three metrics, and in a second you know like, okay, where is the organization? Then come a bit more tactical metrics. There are many, and of course, like there are new goals. Now, if you look at the top 10 agenda, what does the CPO needs to do these days, right? CPOs, we'll take a break right after, but I'm conscious this time, so I will not drag. But CPOs literally are looking to make sure that firstly, the procurement is modernized. The procurement applications are modernized. So there is accelerated digital transformation. That's a key focus area for procurement because they know that digitization of procurement is kind of like a prerequisite to then get into, emerging technology like artificial intelligence, and even, artificial intelligence has spectrum of basic automation all the way to augmented artificial intelligence. So you can't do that till you at least are digitized. So that is one of the things. Then I think you mentioned changing business needs. Someone mentioned that, right? So to align your procurement talent to changing business needs, you mentioned again, like, how to make them be more customer focused or business focused. For you, the customer is your stakeholder, right? Internal stakeholder is your customer. Your supplier is your stakeholder. But how to align your talent to the needs, how you structure your org. So that's again a top level priority for the CPOs. Clearly, you mentioned sustainability goals, right? So all CPOs are beginning to establish sustainability goals, and that's why I was asking you how they are in terms of achievement already, or measuring performance against those goals. So that's again a key focus area. Other than these three, I think you mentioned cost, of course. Cost reduction is always top of the list, no matter what you do. So these are, I think, the four really big ticket ones. Now tell me if I missed something important. Yeah, I just said, yeah. Okay, so let's take a break. We will come back, and we can talk more after that. But we will look into the more tactical metrics as well. But how do you actually improve those metrics, and what are your opportunities to improving those metrics? Okay, so let's. We have a 15-minute break, Anastasia. Okay. Welcome back, everyone. So, can I have your attention, please, everyone? We're about to start. Yeah? Are we live on the live stream? So, what I'm going to share with you now is basically we talked about performance measurement. So, now I'm giving you a use case. So, this is an example of a customer. And for this customer, like I said to you, so not everybody is running the whole source to pay. So this is an example where we looked at this customer and said, okay, we asked them a set of survey questions and we realized they do nothing on supplier management. So you can see that those things are absolutely blank. Then if we look at strategic sourcing, they do have a sourcing process. They do use the tool. In this case, the tool was Ariba, but they use only 10% of the tool, the 10% of functionality. And contract management, they use somewhat. Spend analysis, they don't use. On the P2P side, they've got buying, but they didn't have guided buying. And again, on the financial supply chain, they had nothing, right? So you could compare them to what was implemented and what had gaps. Then if you look at it from a functionality perspective, this is just mapping it like, you saw the whole source to pay earlier, right? The whole day we had a discussion on the source to pay. So now I'll use your pen. Yeah, now it'll come handy. So if you see this, the first one is completely blank, means these processes don't exist here. So, and if you look at the second one, yes, they do this, they do the sourcing, but they do none of this in the tool. These processes don't exist in the tool and outside the tool. And then they do a bit of this. It's suboptimal. And then if you look at contracts, it's again suboptimal. Only they were good at the repository. So, and then you look at buying, again suboptimal. The reason I'm showing you this is because this is really a true reflection of a lot of businesses. So I would really like you to think back, today's class is not just a class where you're, hearing a bit of slides or hearing from different people. It's really meant for a reason, that it helps you really look within as a procurement professional, also benchmark your current organizations, maybe your previous organizations where you worked. How much of a best practice process do you actually practice? And that means you as an individual, you as a company, and also what stops you to introduce the process in your company. Like if you were to learn a best practice process, would you be able to take it to your company? Or would you feel restricted because maybe your department is running in a certain way? Right? But the point is that this suboptimal process now, if we measure in terms of performance, what does this mean? So this customer was benchmarked against best in class. And here now we also talk about some KPIs in this case, right? So have a look at the KPIs and you will see that the fiscal performance, the cost reduction, they are kind of doing something, they're in the middle. Then when you look at sourcing, they are in red. When they look at the number of projects, only 6% penetration of sourcing projects. When you look at finance, it's almost non-existent, right? Best in class is 80. Best in class invoices is 40,000 per person. So they're really, quite under par on a lot of things. So the point is that I asked you a lot about performance. We spoke a lot about performance. So look at it from the perspective of, how you measure some of the things. So look at the top level things, how they were looking. Percentage addressable spend on contract. Best in class, 85%. So would be good if you know your number in your organization. Like I'll pick on Malak, I'll pick on you, for example. Would you know in your company some of these metrics?
To control our, yeah. Do you have a specific question, or I'm going to go on and on?
No, please feel free to. I was saying that, would you know for your company some of these metrics, or like, are you measuring in this way or not?
Yeah, so we do measure metrics or KPIs related to the use of our procurement solution, for instance, and as well as the efficiency and the accuracy of the users, and even the tool itself, right? Because we've invested in a procurement software, and we want to ensure that there's that ROI that we're expecting from that software. As well as gain that support from a procurement technology to help us manage our spend, our suppliers, our contracts, our turnaround times for our project lifecycle, as well as our RFQ or RFP time. So there's a lot of these metrics that are managed. I think one thing that is really important to be able to manage these metrics is having that visibility on the end-to-end cycle from the time that you raise a requisition or you receive a requisition from your stakeholder all the way until you make that payment to the vendor. So sometimes we face challenges with having two systems speak to each other. So it's important that those two systems are well integrated, but then that goes back to the technology that the organization chooses, whether it has that full offering for the entire procure-to-pay cycle. So yes, we do manage all of these, most of these KPIs. It's just that we extract them from sometimes different systems to be able to get that holistic picture of all the metrics.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, so the point is that, like Malak said, actually, if I go back to this process, so what we've done here is for you to look at this from the point of view of process first. Does this as a process exist in your company? Right? That's what we assessed for this customer. They didn't have supplier management process. They didn't have bits of other processes. Now this is where we are making a case of how well are they utilizing a technology. Now if you don't have the process in first place, you are not going to use the technology also for it, right? So then in their case, what we did next was we mapped the whole source to pay process to the technology. So if you see here, this is all that they are doing in the technology system. So that means they have a system, they actually have a system that can run best in class, and that is exactly what is being compared here, that where do they stand compared to other customers using the same system. So means with that system, other customers have demonstrated these values that you see in green, right? Those values are possible. Those are the best in class values. But they are just a case of suboptimal usage. Suboptimal because probably they don't have half the processes, and partly because the ones they have, they're using it in a very suboptimal way. And this is what I spoke about in the morning as well, in the keynote, that this is a real scenario, right? This is the story of customers. So this is where normal performance is, or not maybe normal, but this is where performance is in most companies, right? So it's on individuals to kind of raise the bar and do better. Now, if you look at the case for this, if they implement all these systems and they drive cost reduction, they could have got a lot more savings out of this. They could have easily saved a lot of money, gained efficiency, and put a value for it. But it's maybe the way it was implemented, maybe there was no one driving it, or no one with process knowledge implementing the right process into the tool. So this is kind of where I would like you to reflect on your own company, wherever you're working, how you do this, and how much of a measure you have against the IT systems you have. So which, if any one of you are working without IT systems in procurement? I assume no, right? All of you have some system. So would be good for you to see where you are with those. So how are we on time, guys? Okay, okay, fine. So what we're going to do now then is we covered this on the KPIs. Now I'm going to switch from this. Give me 1 second. This maybe not too visible, but let me know if you can read the headers. If not, we'll anyway do this as a group exercise. Is it visible to you? Yeah, sure, at the back? Okay, fine then. So, how many of you are familiar with the target operating model, right? So in procurement, you need a target operating model to actually really fully define your procurement capability. It includes your strategy, your governance, your organization, your tech, your capability, your policies, data, tech, processes, everything. So that's kind of just understanding, and also what kind of organization. Is it like a local? Is it a center-led? You know, so you decide all that. And you run the organization accordingly. So to be a successful procurement organization, again, it depends on how well or how covered you are on all these parameters. So let's discuss all of them to some extent at a high level. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 10 tables, right? So let's do one for each table, right? So let's start with the table on this side, right? You guys have been pretty quiet. So the procurement vision and strategy. Now this is something that in your, if maybe, what are the roles that you are doing? Let's start with that. And then let's ask you the question again.
Hi, I'm Adrian. I look after procurement indirects.
Okay.
So the vision that you're talking about is strategy. Of course, it's definitely based on the company's progressions and growth for what their vision of success is. Over and above, it's more about the company's P&L that we're trying to hit. So that's our most strategy that we look into. So whatever defines that we try to do, or in terms of what systems we try to imply, or the processes that we do in, or the workflows that we get in, is all based to one root thing, is that we need to get the business core agenda or their strategy towards how we can be a supportive, because procurement in a way is it's a support function. if you look at it. So that's how we try to strategize. And our vision is also towards where the company's growth is in the next, I don't know, probably 5 years, 10 years, whatever growth standards they have, what they want to achieve, and how we can help sourcing that better.
Okay, very good. Any more views from your table?
I think for support and growth innovations, it might include for adapting current or recent technology, and to be able to make the procurement system cost effective, as to help to so that it will give better support, as what we said, as to support the company, I believe.
Okay. So maybe now, should I take this table here, the one you're near, Yagini? And let's look at the governance model. So Victoria, hand over the mic. So have you experienced this? What's the kind of role you do, and what kind of governance model does your company have?
So in regards to the governance models, what we do is we, as consultants, we see the whole governance at the organization level, more than at a procurement level, because the governance is one of the most important aspects of the governance is the culture that flows from the top to bottom. So we try to set up, and one among those key things is, what you have mentioned there as high performance and drive continuous improvement has always been on the governance models. And also bringing a clear clarity on what the organization is trying to achieve at all business unit levels becomes one of the key factors for the, in the governance model.
Okay, very good. What about yourself?
So probably, trying to implement the governance on the overall organization, considering the overall organization objective in line with the not only the organizational objective, aligning the department objectives to the organization objectives, bringing in line bringing the governance into the picture, and from all the aspects, from the people, the technology, what is being implemented, the process. So considering all the aspects, trying to implement the governance.
Okay. Okay, very good. So should we pass? And I know you guys can huddle up. This table is pretty busy. Let's go to this table. So let's probably comment on procurement capability. So you want to pass on the mic. How do you see procurement capability being defined in your company?
Actually, hi, I'm Prasanna. I'm handling generally I'm handling procurement as well in a company, being finance head as well. In context with procurement, most of the decision we are taking using the group discussion or the software. We have our own software, and considering the previous exercise or the looking at the previous data, based on that we are taking the decision on all type of procurement, even related to anything, all the commodity product or stationery or product, anything. So this we are handling, not much the specific software we are handling. Sorry.
Okay. But in terms of process, do you cover the whole source to pay?
For
within your organization, do you cover like every aspect of source to pay within your team?
Yes, yes. Actually, on all the layers from the bottom to top, and regarding whatever process we have gone through since the morning, that invoicing, ordering, and all like cross-checking of all the components, and finally it's getting approved by the management, and then finally it is getting paid.
Okay. So maybe Victoria, please pass to the next table there.
Hi.
And let's talk about the stakeholder management. What kind of org structure you have? How do you go after serving the, um, your business partners, your customers across the globe?
Okay, I think most of us in the table work with Etihad Airways. So we do have, I'm talking about stakeholder management, right? Yeah.
Yes.
So from a team perspective, we do have a corporate procurement team, and we had procurement colleagues around. Probably they're outside. So I'll talk on their behalf. We are from a technology department, and we have a core procurement department who manages end-to-end supplier engagement. The supplier and cost management team, which sits within the technology department, works very closely with the procurement department because, as you may imagine, technology is something where we need niche skill set in terms of putting together a contract, terms and conditions with our partners. So from a governance perspective of stakeholder management, we do have periodic meetings with procurement in terms of aligning with our current demands on how we take supplier engagement forward. And yeah, anything more to add? Yeah, I think that's working. Yes, there are a lot of gaps and improvement areas which we are focusing on in terms of...
Do you have like a NPS score? Do you do like a user survey? Does your procurement department get rated by business or something?
We do have, I think, once or twice a year from a corporate level in terms of feedback of business units for all the corporate functions. So we get an opportunity to provide our feedback in terms of the services we get from our procurement department and the other way around as well. And we do have regular catch-ups at all levels so that feedback flows in some way or the other. So that way it is covered as well.
Okay. So anything else you want to add from that table since you're a big group? Yeah, you were speaking for the whole team. Very good. So I think we must clap for your team because you're a whole Etihad group team that is here. So thank you very much for taking out time. Let's go to the table that side. Okay, Shankar, you are. So yeah, please give it to the lady. We have not heard from you. What's your name?
My name is Minu.
Yes. Hi.
Yeah. Hi.
So let's, what's your role? What do you do?
So I work as a strategic vendor management consultant with one of the leading banks in the country.
Okay. Very good. So then what should be the right one for you? Let's look at that. Data?
Yeah.
So what do you do on data? How do you manage the data?
So data is basically used for our management decision making. So MIS is a big part of any procurement department, I would say. So we have been using tools like Power BI and spend analytics dashboards and everything for reporting to the management based on which they make strategic decisions.
Okay. And for specifically for vendor management?
Vendor management also, we have a huge supplier database which is maintained in the system. That also we have reporting features. Data analytics is also enabled for some of the aspects like supplier spend and all. So that is also used. So especially in terms of ESG reporting, how much percentage of the suppliers are from UAE, how many of your supplier database is from international.
Oh,
so
very nice.
All these reporting needs to happen. Since we are a bank, we need to publish our data to our stakeholders as well. So this is, data is a huge part in our company.
Okay. So maybe move to the next table, the one in front of you. So what do you guys have on policy and procedure? And please define your what you do.
Hi, I'm Kanagaraj. So I'm heading the supply chain for a chemical organization called Aqua Chemi in Dubai. So I would go with procurement capability. So the majority of the spend goes to strategic sourcing in our organization. And the two major segments are distribution and manufacturing. So the strategic sourcing part where we bring in a lot of new suppliers on board and the strategic sourcing is a major component in that segment where we had very less focus on, and there are great scope for synergy. And if this tool or the procurement capability as a big skill set, if we develop in our organization, that is going to be a game changer for multiple new categories that we handle.
Okay.
Yeah, hi. My name is Gulzar Ahmed.
Hi.
I'm the procurement manager for an MAP company. I'd like to speak on policies and procedures. Most of the companies, people don't know the policies and procedures. So it's always, they don't know what to do. Especially new employees, when they come in, they don't know what is the policy of the company.
It's a good excuse till you can get away.
It's a good excuse. So, it's like a merry-go-round. They go table to table and they don't know. And,
so how do you ensure that policies are enforced? How do you enforce a policy?
Yeah, so there's always, there should be, a training or, where a discussion where they should discuss the policy of the company and the procedures so that we are in line with the, the company objective. So,
yes, very much, very much. What about you?
Hi, my name is Amit Shanbag. So basically, I will talk on procurement capability.
Okay.
So I had been into strategic sourcing role. I was working with GE. So basically, in GE at least, there is a very well-defined strategic sourcing function. So basically, we have guys who takes care of different strategic sourcing streams. So I was actually handling site services. And when we do the site services kind of a concept, basically the MSA part, like the master services agreement with various vendors of ours, which not only takes care of UAE, but all the other Middle East countries are being taken care of. But again, it is not through any kind of a particular software as such. It's basically mostly done manually. The contracts are stored as well manually. So yeah, I feel that there is a lot of scope in terms of implementing this new softwares and technology, wherein a lot of the stakeholders can be, it will be useful for them, when the new contracts are made and they can come to know what are the terms and conditions. So that is my take on the procurement capability.
Okay, very nice. So maybe just pass to the next table. So Nihad, if I can pick on you. I know you're more from finance, but how do you see procurement as a function? In all the roles you've done, what's your take on procurement and how did you work with finance?
I think the relationship with procurement and finance is a very special one because, there is a direct impact on the P&L with the procurement team. So that's something that, as a finance professional, you have to value the input of your counterparts within the procurement team. From my experience, I don't think the procurement team, in certain instances, were working as closely with us, in the sense they were working more with regional heads procurement rather than direct local finance. So that also changes the dynamics between procurement when you're in a local company versus in a multinational, where you have different reporting lines. I think ultimately what the goals have to be is, when I was seeing the dashboard earlier, I think clarifying the metrics from the get-go really sets the roadmap for procurement to work well in partnership with finance. I think if they are in line in terms of what the objectives are, I think it's a lot easier to cooperate. And then they can be supported by finance. So for example, for discounting, we're talking about dynamic discounting and different policies. Finance tends to have a louder voice on the table, just from how things are. So in that sense, finance can actually enable procurement to do things better, to support them with the policies, PO management, and different pricing. And realizing the savings. Putting that out there and communicating it will then drive more change, and then it will kind of give it a solidified position within the company. Thank you, Mayank.
Okay. Very good. Yourself, Tola? You're going to say something about HSBC, right?
No, but if you have any questions, I'm okay related to these topics.
Okay, tell me. Which one?
So I discussed earlier about the technology. There is a lack of technology and procurement. The reason is because we probably used to deal with contracts in hand. We never used to deal with electronic contract or electronic pricing in the systems. So basically, even in the international companies, the reason is because we don't want to, involve IT into the procurement, because then it might add more risk. Because then there's always a barrier of risk adding technology into the procurement. Yeah.
Okay. Malak, you want to add anything? You are also a technology specialist, I know. Okay.
But, I think technology is super important in enabling the procurement department to realize a lot of the potential or a lot of the value that they can add to the organization in terms of, like we said, P&L or fulfilling certain orders. But choosing the right technology can be tough, I think. There's a lot out there, and it's really important to benchmark and do that, do a tendering process, definitely, to try to choose the right technology for your organization. But I did want to comment on stakeholder management. I think it's key to procurement specifically. It's very important to speak the language of your customer, right? And I know we don't like to be called support unit, but essentially we are a customer-centric function. So it's really important that we're aligned and we're able to understand what we're delivering to our customer. So if I'm tendering for a marketing campaign, let's say, I need to understand and speak that language to be able to source the right vendors and source the right products and services for my stakeholder. So that's a sweet spot for me. I really think a lot of focus should be put on equipping our procurement professionals and how to manage their stakeholders.
Okay, thank you. So this is the last table. Amar and yourself. Choose any of the 9 of the target operating model parameters that we have here, and how do you manage this in your org? And then I have one quick exercise for all of you.
So I would definitely talk about technology because in our company, in the past, like I can say, the past 10 years, we have been experiencing a failure in implementing different tools to be used in procurement. And to be honest, the reason for that is because we hired doctors, but we didn't check the patients. So we have been implementing tool after tool, but it doesn't really respond to the actual pain. That's why now when we are implementing the new technology, the new shared services platform, the new P2P tools, we made sure that we don't repeat the same mistake and to onboard people from procurement functions, people who are working on ground in order to make sure that the process is compliance, stakeholders involved, including finance, for example, when we are talking about validating the savings. So we make sure that all stakeholders are involved in the designing of the new tool. So my advice for any company that would implement a new tool is to integrate as much as they can all stakeholders involved in the process.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. Last but not the least.
I think no one talked about the organization. So let me share with you guys what I understand from that. One, we should understand as a procurement professionals the organization context and the needs and expectation of the interested parties, and to identify the internal and external issues. So if we be able to understand the needs and expectation from the customers and from the suppliers also, solutions providers or service providers, as well as one of the interested parties is the leadership, the top management, and the employees as well. So if we understand, if I heard in the morning, we have rush orders, last minute orders, believe me, the sales guy, he is not meaning that to give you hard time to work on the last minute. But because of the business needs from the customers, so we should be agile and adaptive to fulfill our customers' needs on time.
Okay, thank you. So we heard from everyone. I mean, this was an important exercise because this is really kind of put together the whole, you can say, the procurement business, right? The capability. This really defines the strategy and every aspect of the function. So I just wanted to really hear your views and also see how your organization is handling it, and more so to make you reflect on how your organization is doing it, just like how I asked you about performance, right? So now I just need to ask you for a quick exercise, and you don't have to do it right away. If you can, great. Otherwise, please, this is something to bring back tomorrow. So just give me a second. Let's so you have your diaries with you, right, in front of you? So we have a keynote from Penny in about 5-7 minutes. So I'll just give you instructions and do what you have to do after that to be connected with that. So we'll hear them speak. But just right now, this is how we started the day, right? This, we said, are the skills you need in the job today, those holistic skills. So we just discussed the target operating model, but we're talking about that these are all the skills. The soft skills, communication, you know, all the stuff in interpersonal skills you need, all the emotional intelligence skills, especially as procurement folks. Domain. Today we talked through domain stuff. Today we talked through just procurement as a process, procurement, you know, from performance point of view, procurement from target operating portal point of view, and all that. Tomorrow, this was today just the base to set up for digital transformation. If you understand the domain, then you understand the technology in it and how to use that technology. What's the art of possible with technology if you know that domain? If you do not know all the processes in that domain, even if a technology, you come across it, you're not going to make sense of it. I think, Malak, you made this point, right? So this is really fundamental. That's why we're going in a certain way. And sustainability. This is a very important topic, but I think my own take on this is, and I'm actually happy to hear a lot of you are quite advanced in this, in your organizations. My take on this is that this is really important for you to know what is sustainability, how it is measured, what are the environmental impact of all our actions, right? Personal as well as corporate. This is not a job only for the corporate. This, I would recommend to you, make a personal list of what all you do that makes, counts towards your carbon footprint, for example, right? You will see that you will make so many lifestyle changes. The change has to begin from you. If you cannot make this change for yourself, you will never be a procurement sustainability champion at work. You can't be. It won't come within you, right? And as you start to begin to make that change, you will realize that every action really has an impact on or has a footprint on sustainability. So tomorrow we will go in a lot of detail on how it is measured, and also I think it's not easy to measure. Firstly, it's not easy or accurate. So there are a lot of tools with assumptions. But tomorrow, luckily, we have a keynote from CarbMe, and they are our partner. And when we spoke to them and why they are partners, because we were really impressed with how accurately they are able to measure and in real time. So this is something that, again, we'll set the base for the sustainability topic, and then you'll directly hear from their founder and CEO for it. And then technology landscape. So we're going to keep speaking to technology. We have a lot of partners. So today we went through basic sourcing. Tomorrow I will take you through Leva data. We have their video presentation, and I will talk you through key aspects of where that takes the current sourcing into. So we'll see that. You're going to also see some of the other tech across procure to pay, right? So we'll cover the what can emerging tech do in digital transformation, besides, of course, all the stages of digital transformation. So what I would really like you to do before we get into the session with Penny is to try and use your diary or the paper that you have and try to assess yourself, rate yourself, and you should have a plan in your mind on paper of how you want to accomplish the skills, because I can tell you that these are definitely the skills you need to make a successful procurement career. Or even, I mean, this can be pretty agnostic to any domain, almost. But if you feel like, is there any skill that's not listed here and you think should be here, just think of the broad buckets and think if something's not here and you need this. Okay. Yes, why not? So all of you do this exercise because also you know that when you reserved your tickets, there was a complimentary skill assessment ticket. The whole purpose of that was that you will have an opportunity to engage with us on that skill assessment. It will always be complimentary because this is something truly out of our passion. If we can assess your skills, if we can know you better, we can help make a career. And this is really not that it doesn't make any sense for us. This is very much our line because this is one of our verticals, right? And today this whole workshop is really around our talent aspect, because we feel like we are doing emerging tech, but till we do talent right, we cannot progress on talent, as you saw from your use cases, right? That if you didn't have the right people, you could never implement the right technology. Okay, so we'll pause here. It's just in time for the session with Penny. So do you want to come, Tasya? Yeah, please. But let's connect him first.
Yes, he's connected. Dear guests, now let's hear a topic from our next speaker, Najib. Please welcome.
He's from Penny.
He's on the call already.
Calendar. This one?
Yeah. He's there.
And we can switch on ours, right?
Yeah.
Because otherwise they don't see us. But they feel they're speaking blind.
They see this.
Oh.
They see this, they don't see the view.
Okay. Okay. So, Iyad, Najib, are you there? Oh, sorry.
Let's move screen.
Yes, please. Najib. Iyad also. Iyad, you didn't unmute Iyad.
He's mute. Sorry, he muted himself. Maybe. Second, I cannot hear them, correct?
Hi, you can hear us?
We cannot hear him.
Apologies, yeah, we are seeing your lip movement, but we're not hearing you yet. Just give us a minute. What to do?
Just a second. We need to see what's the problem.
Do you
Is
need to
Teams
end
from
slideshow?
Teams is not coming?
End slideshow. Yeah, maybe you can try again. Now.
I see him there.
Yeah.
Let's try again.
Yeah, we'll try again in a minute. We'll disconnect and join again.
Oh, full screen is removed. I see there is sound.
It's his end. It's his end. Or none of these? There's nothing to do with these?
Did you hear the sound?
Yeah,
There
admit
is.
him, admit him, admit him. Hi, we're back. Hi, can you hear us now? We still don't hear you. Wonder why is that?
Maybe because his headset is connected Bluetooth. Disconnect your headset.
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah, you see it's connected.
What about the other login? Is that connected? Can we hear them?
His headset because it's connected with Bluetooth.
Do you want to try without the Bluetooth probably once?
The headset is connected. Yeah. No?
It's not connected.
Oh, okay.
I can enter the.
Device setting. Can you change this?
Yeah, to the 3.5 speaker. Yeah. And now let's check it.
So yeah, I can
First
hear
one.
him, he can hear me on this.
Can you show?
So it's not
Yeah.
a problem at Ayad's end.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we have you now.
We can, I can hear you, but you cannot hear me probably.
Yes, now everyone can hear you. So guys.
Oh, now everyone can hear me. Amazing. Then am I live?
Yes.
Wonderful. So hello everyone. I believe we have only 10 minutes.
Please.
So shall we get started?
Yes, go ahead and you can take 15. Go ahead.
I deserve that. Well, thank you, everyone. It's an honor to be here. Thank you for taking the time. I know I don't have much time, but I would like to use this opportunity to tell you about who we are as Penny Software and give you sort of a sneak. I have another screen here on my side, and I would be using it to give you a sneak peek into the product. So to do so, allow me to, I will be turning off my camera to save bandwidth, and I will be sharing my screen. Allow me to share my screen. Let me know if my screen is visible. Can everyone see my screen? Phenomenal. So what I wanted to talk about today is an introduction about Penny Software and what is it that we are doing. So in short, we are a procurement software. We are a procure to pay software. So we cover the full procurement module from request to payment. And we have an all-in-one procurement and sales and software. But what I really wanted to show you today is basically what makes Penny unique from other softwares. And if this industry, as we all know it, the options that are available in terms of procure to pay are mostly sort of old school legacy software. No offense to the old school legacy software that might be in the room today, but what Penny is offering is we're consumerizing the experience. And we've all been in situations where we manage companies. I personally, before Penny, I was part of managing a company in multi-billions. And for us, we needed to have a system. Implementing a system and the cost of change is very, very expensive. Why? Because when we implement the system, there is a cost associated with it, and that's the transition cost. And it's usually met with resistance, particularly from the end user. Give you an example, we were speaking with one of the semi-government companies, and they were saying that they implemented a large system 3 years ago, and until today, they are struggling to get everyone to get on the system. And the reason why is because the resistance from the user and the end users. What we believe in Penny, we believe that enterprise systems don't have to be complex. They don't have to be boring. They don't have to be dull. We understand that we are solving a complex problem, and the creativity comes by solving a complex problem with a simple solution. So we designed a system that covers for all the rigorous procurement processes that our large customers need, but at the same time, we designed the system for the end user. Penny is not designed for the CEO or the CFO. It's designed for the end user. We designed it for the millennial end user. So the experience, the user experience is very smooth. And we believe that the consumerization of enterprise is a movement that is happening inevitably. With that, I'd like to give you just a quick intro about what we do in Penny. We give our customers a complete consolidation of procurement, access to new suppliers, And of course, we're not here to replace ERP systems. We are here to complement ERP systems. We cover the full procurement journey from purchase requisition to sourcing to order to GRN to bill and payment. Plus, the system is customizable, but most importantly, configurable. Now, every step of the process Symphony is an independent module, so our customers don't have to subscribe to the full procurement stack. We have customers that have from request to pay, and we have customers that have source to order or request to source. And sourcing, as we all know, is 80% of the procurement effort happens in sourcing. The complexity happens in sourcing, and that's where Penny comes in place. So we completely digitize and automate to a great degree the RFQs, RFPs, RFI, quotation gathering, comparing, analyzing, and etc. Needless to say that between every step, there is an approval workflow that can be sequential and conditional. Our main features would be access to new suppliers through our B2B marketplace, purchase requisition, RFQs, RFPs. And like I said, the system fully automates the quotation gathering, organizing, comparing, and analyzing in a very simple way, which we will present. Negotiation, multi-currency, sealed bid, saving history, contract management, budget management, vendor management, catalog management, you name it. The system, you're using Penny as a customer, you can give your vendor a platform account, a vendor platform, or even better, you can simply communicate with them via email. You can send them an RFQ via email, and the suppliers can participate in that event, in that RFQ through email. So they will receive a link from you, branded by you, and they will receive the email from you. They will quote it, and the system will take the quotation and log them back into the platform. The system will put them in a comparison table, which I will show in more details in a bit. And the comparison table will gather the quotation and organize them in a comparison table. Now, we understand that sourcing for commodities might be simpler than sourcing for things that are a bit services, consultancy, and the system allows that. So it allows you to create a questionnaire. You can put questions and answers, multiple choice answers, radio button, short answers, long answers. You can assign evaluation scores per question, per answer, and the system will send that RFP when suppliers or vendors participate. They fill out that form, and the system will automatically quantify the answers for every vendor and compare them in a comparison table quantifiably. Also, we have our B2B marketplace, which is unique to Saudi. We're very proud as a company to be serving customers from different sectors. We have customers from different parts of the world, different sectors, from consultancy to semi-government to contracting, etc. And last but not least, we are very, very proud to be selected by renowned organizations such as ProcureTech and Carney Consulting as one of the top 100 pioneering digital procurement solution globally in 2021. And that happened after evaluating us against over 4,000 different solutions globally. So this is something that we're very proud of. I do wanna give you a sneak peek into the product, if you allow me. And please, if I am over the time, do let me know. So this is just a sneak peek of the product. I logged in here to the and I will zoom in just for better view. And I logged into the admin account, so we have all the modules. Obviously, every user will have its respective module. So you have purchase requisition, you have sourcing, e-source, you have orders, you have GRN, you have bills, you have payments, and here you have product and catalog, where you manage your products and catalog workspaces, budget, vendor, and the vendors you can manage a contract. And I'm just going to jump to the use of it. So, I mean, there's no reason to go through like the procure to pay journey. I think it's very familiar to all of us. But I really want to give you a quick example. Say that we are requesting for commodities, and it comes to the procurement department, and the procurement manager sends this to multiple vendors. The vendors would will participate either via email or via the vendor platform that you give them. The system will then gather their quotation, put it in something like this. So I'll put it on full screen view. I'll zoom out a little bit. So the system will automatically gather all the quotation and put it for you in a comparison table like this, where, as you can see, every row represents a product that you're sourcing, and every column represents a supplier. So the system will gather the quotations, organize them, compare them, analyze them, and give you a recommendation. The kind of work that a lot of procurement managers today are taking a lot of time between multiple emails and putting together in an Excel sheet. Any automates all of that. So as you can see here, Saudi Pipe has given us the best offer. The system will always organize the suppliers and put the best offer at the beginning, in the front, and the least favorable offer will put it at the end. And as you can see, this one is the best. It's saving us 45%, while the second supplier is saving us 41%. And how do we define that? The system defined this on multiple options that you choose here in the base price, which is basically your base price. So it's based on your historical purchases or based on your catalog. We can simply define it on spot. And here you can see everyone's saving. You can see the attributes, the tax, the shipping, the average, the payment term, the ETA, and etc. And if you wanna see more details, for example, this vendor here has this sign, which means that they quoted us with a different currency. If you want to see more detail, you click on the view offer, and then you can see the full detail of the offer. You can see that they quoted us with Emirati dirham, but the system converted it to USD, so we can compare apple to apple. You can see the email of the vendor here. You can see that they said that the technical sheet and the attachment, here is the attachment. And if we wanna negotiate with a certain supplier, we can click and negotiate. If you simply want them to revise, you can ask them to revise. So for example, this one here, you can ask them to revise, you can negotiate and revise. And if you negotiate, if you click on negotiate, it will open up this and you can negotiate per supplier. Now that you have data, you know that this guy quoted you 7,500, but the best offer here is 1,500. So now you can compare and you say, hey, we want this price. If you do negotiate, I'm just gonna cancel it. If you negotiate, you're not gonna lose what happened in the past. As you can see, there's something here called offer history. You click on the offer history, and you see the full history of this offer between us and this particular supplier in this event. And you can trace it. You can trace it. You can see by time, who negotiated it. If you click on this plus sign, you can see like the emails that were exchanged between us and them. So in short, Penny gives you a complete transparency and traceability of all the procurement activities. So here you can see that the requester remark, this is our remark, the vendor remark, this is their remark, this is the details, this is the attachment that they put, and accordingly for every step of the negotiation, we can see the full history. That is all recorded, but the beauty about it, needless to say, is to have reports. You can always extract reports, you can analyze. If you want to know, as a company, how much we saved in negotiation in the last quarter, you can pull that report. If you want to see which procurement manager performed the best in terms of negotiation, you can pull that report. Like everything is recorded, right? And that's just a quick overview on the comparison table. We have something here called value basket. And value basket, the idea of it is, it automatically gathers the best price for every line item. So for example, like this HP laptop, it picked up the best price. And for this monitor, it picked up this best price. And what it did, it created a basket that if we were to go with this basket, we would be saving better than the best offer. And all of us know that this is very important, because if we're buying quantities of different or a variety of items, it is very common that we don't buy everything from one vendor. So by nature, we will end up buying a basket. So the system automatically builds up a basket. Say that you wish to alter the basket for strategic purposes, you can always choose and alter the basket. So I chose this and I say, even though this is more expensive, I'm still going for these two items with the supplier for other purposes. You can always do that. You can negotiate the basket. You can send for revision and you can negotiate. I did try to go very quick. Apologies for being too technical on this quick demo, but I wanted to cover it as much as I can in 10 minutes. I'm not sure, how am I doing with time? Hello?
Yeah, please, you can easily go for 3-4 minutes. Is that okay? Do you need longer?
Sure. So, and if there's any, I'm not sure if there's a chance for Q&A, I will be happy to answer any question, whether on this panel or you can email me directly. I'm happy to do so. So what I showed you very quick is the e-source, and it can go in more and more details. But the system, like I said, it covers orders, GRN, bill, payment, even budget, right? Like, to give you an example, like this organization here, we have set up a budget, and you can see the breakdown of the budget. You can see more details about the budget if you wish. You can see the expense account. You can break down expense accounts into multiple items. So the full budget review is there. In terms of vendor, I'm gonna switch to this one. In terms of vendor, we have 5 vendors here because this is just a demo org. And inside every vendor, for example, if we take this vendor, you can create contracts. You can create, like, you can see the history of orders. You can see the history of bill from a vendor point of view, and payment, and etc. You can, like I said, you can create contracts. So if I'm going to go ahead and, create contract, for example. So you can add a contract, and in a contract you can set a starting date and ending date. You can put the payment term, the delivery option. You can add products to that certain contract, and when adding product to the contract, you can choose certain products. So I'm just gonna go and randomly click on some product. You can choose from products from the catalog and then add them to the contract. Speaking of products, allow me to share with you the catalog. For example, here, if we go to the catalog, you can create your own internal marketplace. E-commerce-like experience. I go to the platform. I'm only a requester in your company. I will see the categories, and then from the categories, I can see product with listings, with details, and everything. So to me as a user, I simply see the product or services request, and I can follow my request. I can follow my request in a timeline. Where is it at? Who approved it? Is it pending with anyone? Also, I can always create requests outside of the catalog. So I can always have out-of-catalog requests. So that's from the user experience. So that's what I wanted to show you in a nutshell. I'd love to take any questions, and I'm more than delighted to answer any of your questions if you reach out to us in Penny, or reach out to me personally. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thanks, Riyad. Let me quickly check if there are any questions. Please stay tuned. Any questions for them? Can you just give him the mic?
Thanks, Iyad, for the illustration about the tool itself. I have a couple of questions. The first question is, I can see in the tool that it's including the P2P model plus supplier relationship management. So I see part of contract management and sourcing activity, etc. So my question is, how do you segregate the access rights between normal users, the normal requesters, and the buyers who's responsible for supplier relationship management and sourcing activity? The second question is how you segregate between the normal sourcing activity and the strategic sourcing activity, because there should be a centralized team who's responsible for the strategic part of sourcing, like the regional agreement or the global agreement. Thank you.
Apologies, the voice wasn't very clear to me. If somebody has the mic, if you can summarize the questions to me. I understood that there were two parts of the question, but the voice was a bit far away from me.
Yes, so the question was all about how do you prioritize and categorize the strategic sourcing within the tool, and how do you differentiate it basically, right? So what is tactical, what is strategic? Does Penny is going to help us to realize that in one way or other?
Between what is like tactical and what's not.
Correct.
Right. So Penny can serve you with your, allow me to share my screen again. So first I want to point out that if you could always, what I'm showing here is the admin view, and hence it has everything, right? In reality, you can always define privileges and rules for every user. And that's very, very like simple and Penny. You go here, you assign your users, you assign them roles and privileges. So a requester will always be a requester, right? And then you have the procurement managers. And the procurement managers, you can have them for the strategic sourcing or the tail spend. For strategic sourcing, you already have a contract, right? You already have contract. It's likely that an item that you source on regular basis, that you have an identified vendor or vendors, and you have identified contract or contracts. For that one, you don't need to have a PO. You don't need to have a PO. So when the request comes, you don't need to have an RFQ. So when the request comes, the system will recognize and say, hey, for this item, you have the following contracts. Would you like to source from one of those contracts? Also, the system can benchmark with your inventory. So what I didn't show here is inventory. The system can benchmark or can cross-check. The system can cross-check with your inventory. So if something that you have in your inventory, you don't have to RFQ. Something that you have an identified vendor and a contract, you don't have to an RFQ. And you can define, you can say that certain procurement managers will be doing the RFQs for the tail spend, and others will be responsible for the items that have those contracts identified.
Sounds good. Any other questions? Go ahead, please. Victoria.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, so my question was, in the comparison sheet, sometimes the suppliers give discount on the line item level, sometimes they give it, okay, we will give a value discount or a percentage discount. So can you apply that? That's the first question. Sometimes the suppliers give discount on the overall, total amount. So that can be on a value level or a percentage level. So is that possible? And
absolutely.
So okay, so you can answer these two questions. I have one more if I'm not, after we finish this.
No, please. What's the third question?
So apart from these two questions, do you have, in this comparison sheets, does budget come into the picture? Can we cross-check it with the budget on the family level?
Very clear. So allow me to answer the first question.
Did you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes. Apologies, maybe the voice is coming a bit late. But allow me to answer the first two questions, and then I'll go to the second question. For the first two questions, yes. So there are different. You can negotiate, and you can. So let me give you this example. Right? You can negotiate, and when you negotiate, you can negotiate on item by items, or you can simply negotiate on the final price. So you can tell them that instead of this, I'm going to go with one, I don't know, like with 10,000, for example, right? So you can negotiate the price, the final price, or you can negotiate the full items, right? Here, when I put the final price, as you can see, it deleted all the items, and it will send back an email to the customer, to the supplier, saying, we want the final to be 10,000. Just let's negotiate on the final price. That's one thing. Another thing, I'm going to cancel this. Another thing is you can send for revision. And when you send for revision, you're not defining a price. You can leave a message. So here you can put an email, you can put an attachment with an email, and you're simply asking them to revise. You can mention in this email that you would like to have 30%, for example, discount, right? So that you can do. So you can either negotiate. Sorry, I thought I heard the question. So you can, yes, you can negotiate on a line item. You can negotiate on a total, or you can simply ask for revision. And in the revision, you can put your email, your attachment, and etc. So that's on the first two questions. The third question, yes, you can link it with the budget, and the budget you can define multiple expense accounts, and based on those expense accounts, before it goes out as a PO, it's at the order stage. Before it goes out as a PO, you need to identify different expense accounts, and those expense accounts will come from the budget. So you can break down the budget into multiple departments, which we call workspaces, multiple cost centers, and inside every cost centers, you break it down into multiple expense accounts. So that's, I'm not sure if it's configured in this example, or I can show you. Let me see if I can show you in this demo. If we have any example in this demo. So unfortunately, all of these were created, so I don't have an example handy. But all of these orders, before they went out, you have to basically you have to choose the budget, the expense account, and etc. And the budget and the expense account will come from your budget that you here and those expense accounts, right? So you'll have to choose, and it will show you if you have enough in the budget or not. Did that answer your question?
Yes, I think it did. Yeah, I think we're on top of the hour. Thank you so much for joining us. And Penny is one of the tools which I really love, right? It's such a user-friendly, adaptable, very flexible. So yeah, thank you so much for joining us, and I'll talk to you soon. Thanks for your time.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Okay, I think we are on top of the hour. Let me quickly interact with some of you, rather most of you, just to take, how was the day, right? I think when I started in the beginning, I spoke about the journey, right? So starting from basics to the leader, right, to the championship in procurement. I think what we have seen today is only the one side of the world. The other side of the world is coming tomorrow, right? So, I mean, as Mayank mentioned, we have digital sustainability, much more heavy topics which is coming tomorrow, which is very, very interesting, exciting, and that's exactly what all of us would need, right? So before I sign off from here, let me quickly take feedback. Any volunteers? No? Sorry, would you like to say something?
Yeah, I fully agree that the platform that any organization procures, there is a huge gap in the implementation, as you have rightly pointed out, and I think that's the key understanding that every procurement personnel should carry with themselves, that the tool has the capability, but the implementation is the gap that mostly has happened. But there are, yes, there can be some capability issues as well, but purely it is the implementation is the major gap. I think that's one of the key takeaway they should look from a tool that has been already in place in their company or in their organization.
Thank you so much. Let me come to you. What did you enjoy most, Ritz lunch or the content? Just kidding.
So the areas covered today were very very detailed, and we are very happy with the content which was brought in, and 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 we are we are looking forward to the content which is going to up tomorrow. It's the day was very exciting, and we have learned a lot, and we are looking forward for tomorrow's session with Insight.
Definitely. Thank you so much. Let me quickly go around. Would you like to say something, sir?
My friend, he want, and then I.
After sure.
No, after you.
No problem.
I need to make a very quick interact with you.
It was a brainstorming. It was a brainstorming day. It was different from all other seminars or workshops that I have attended because it showed us all the procurement technologies and applications available in the market and how can we inline them with the actual day-to-day scenarios. And looking forward for tomorrow's detailed session as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hi, my name Abdullah, and everyone know I'm in sales management since a long time, like 27 years. Only for one time I was in procurement department because I have deep experience in the office furniture. They assigned me for this mission, and I completed very well, and they give me very well training. Now, my question, if this is it's the time to interact, I have deep experience technically and the management-wise. Okay, all this application used in the procurement, I am not familiar. Okay, but let's say if I have the opportunity to have someone to train me, it's about this application. I am sure, I am confident that I can achieve this. It's possible. I mean, to use my deep experience, technical experience, okay, to just implement it through this system and applications. I work on Oracle. I work in inventory system when it was in 1995, when it was on DOS screen. Only we have to type the order to send to top management, waiting for reply them and to reply us and to take approval. In 1995, in DOS screen, I work, you remember that, I work in Oracle and I make championship, second one in the number of purchase order achievement. So you think I can make myself adapted to this latest technology?
Okay, I think the question you're asking to the right people, right? So one thing with Insight Plum talent services, the training, whatever we have been speaking from morning. So the dedicated training what we have is also with our partners, right? So for example, the Penny, whom we spoke now. So we will cover the dedicated training programs for the applications what they have, right? So the moment you start working with us, you will have the dedicated training programs on all the applications which we deal with. And this has nothing to do with the age, it has nothing to do with the experience which you carry. You go through completely everything, right? So the experience what you carry is extremely important for us so that you can apply what you carry and to the tool which is existing and you can take it forward. Yes, this is highly possible and this is exactly what we want to do. Exactly. Of course, of course. I mean, so one should just have a passion to learn. We have everything for them. No, no, I said experience. Yeah, yeah. Thank you so much for here. Exactly, exactly. Thank you so much, sir. Okay, let me go to the most interesting team. Guys, please, quick round of applause to this team. They have come straight away from the productivity, all of them. That just shows the commitment what they have for this training program. Please, one quick round of applause for all of this team. Right, so who wants to go? You want to go?
I would say great effort from Mayank and rest of the team in putting this together. The session covered end-to-end procurement activities, which included the basics as well. And I think most of us in this room are already practicing it today in their respective companies, so which made it easier to relate with what you guys are trying to convey. I think it was also interesting to listen to the different perspectives from different companies and all of these topics. Definitely a good opportunity. Thank you very much for all the effort. And in terms of a feedback, yes, we are looking forward for more interactions on sustainability, which is the hot topic of the world now. So yeah, thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Let me quickly ask one man who's been totally inactive today, right? That's not Mayank. Mayank, over to you for your quick feedback. How do you reflect your day today?
Thank you, Adi. Well, I must thank everyone for attending, because I know it takes special effort to come out of your day schedules, leave your job and come, but I think you have to treat it as investment in your own career. You have to take care of yourself, and then you will be able to grow your career, take care of your families, and also really contribute more to your job. So I think this was a very good opportunity for everyone and for us. I mean, this wasn't a training session as far as I see. This is more of sharing perspective, really just making sure we are seeing end-to-end things, and it's just to see. I mean, you're all procurement professionals, right? This is just, and a lot of you are. I mean, some are come to it, and hats off to those who came and tried it for the first time, because I really encourage them, because I actually want them to work for us. And I said, please come for it, because it'll give you the perspective and it'll give you a head start to come and join our company as well. So it was very, very important. But yes, please, I think that's all I would like to say is this is really for you. So take it as a day for you. And I think since I have the mic, I would like to thank the camera crew and all the technical team, the photographers and the people of the hotel staff, if they're around, and also, last but not the least, all our team in Purple Plum. So maybe if they can come on the stage to be at least together for 1 minute on the side. No? Done? But really, thank you to the camera team and everyone who made the day special. Guys watching us on live stream, thank you so much for the day. I know it may be a bit tough watching on the live stream, and especially we are a bit all over the topics rather than always on schedule. So, but thank you for watching, and we have everything recorded today, and we'll also share the content. So thank you very much for your time, and look forward for the sessions tomorrow.